We're just doing sound check now, I think.
I can log in. Um, what's the stream?
I think I sent you the link.
Walking Hey, hey. Awesome set right there. Yeah, great stuff. My name is Matt West. I work over for Ableton. I'm located in Brooklyn, but help represent Michigan as well. And so cool to be part of this awesome event thrown by DMC and Charivari and Spin Inc. and all these awesome partners. So we have a couple sessions for you today. Both I'm really excited about. Then I'm going to do a little video too about doing live visualizations in Ableton. But to kick us off, I'm going to throw it over to Cole, who is our artist relations manager for the US, as well as LP Giobi, and she's going to break down a track live. So really excited to hand it over to them and let them get going here.
Sweet. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it's awesome to be part of the Detroit Electronic Music Conference. Thanks to everyone who made it possible, and wish we could be there in person, but is what it is right now. So yeah, it's cool that Ableton decided to partake in this. Thanks, Matt, for arranging. My name is Coleman. I work in the Ableton office in Los Angeles. I do artist relations, so I manage artist relationships for Ableton in North America, US, Mexico, and Canada. And one of the artists I had the pleasure of meeting a couple years ago, and we've built a really nice relationship, is LP Giobi, who's here on this stream with us, and she's been kind enough to agree to break down one of her recent singles that she just put out. It's called Meet Again, featuring Little Boots on vocals, and she's going to give us a little deconstruction and kind of talk about how it was made, and the philosophy and the feeling that went into it, and how it basically went from start to finish. So Leah, can you hear me? It looks like everything's
Yes.
working with video and mic. Okay, awesome. Sweet. Let's try, let's just jump in. I'll hand it over to you. Let's share your screen and show your session
Okay.
and dig into this.
Wonderful. Okay, can everybody see that? Yes.
good.
Cool, cool. Okay. Well, I thought we could start by just playing a little bit of the track. Let me move your guys' video and unsolo some stuff. Just, play a little snippet of it, and then we can start talking about it afterwards.
Leah, I'm
you
not
hear
getting
it?
audio. I don't know. Matt, can you
okay.
confirm? Maybe we just
no
need to
audio.
share with the.
Let's try this.
Did you click that
Oh,
checkbox in
yeah.
the shared screen?
Every time, man. Hold on, let me do it one more time. Every time. Share screen, share computer sound.
There we go.
Okay, now let me change the preference again.
Okay, sweet.
Out of this. Is that right, maybe? Can you hear this? Can you hear that? No? Okay. What about that?
Nope.
What about that?
There it is.
Yay! Okay, cool. Let me speed up a little bit.
Can everyone in the chat confirm you guys hear it?
Good? Okay, cool.
Say hello to all my friends. It won't be long until this ends. We'll go out like we used to do. We'll shine bright like the sun and moon. I know we'll meet again. I don't know where and I don't know when. I don't know where and I don't know when. I know we'll meet again. I don't know where and I don't know when, but I know we'll meet again. Yeah, I know we'll meet again.
snippet, if you will.
So good. Thanks, Leah.
Awesome.
So how did it all start? What was the very first element? And like, let's hear that. And maybe like, where were you mentally and physically at the time?
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to find a good clip. So I started this track in December of 2019 before the world stopped. And I was on tour in Europe. So I had jumped off the tour normally we're on a tour bus, and I jumped off for a night to see friends, which meant I would have to get on a train the next day to meet back up with the tour in Vienna. And I remember stressing out about like, oh, like now I'm just like get on a train, I'm gonna do more traveling, and like, is this even worth it? And this living my life worth it? Which the answer is always yes. So and turns out that had I not done that, this would never have been born. So I got on the train, and it was winter, and it was snowing. It was stunning and beautiful, which really attributed to how this track was made. I normally make songs that are just not very patient. They get to the point. They're very high energy, 128 BPM, and but just the setting I was in, that felt very weird. So I just thought, what is the most patient track I can make? And I named the session, actually, when I started, as a producer, there's no vocals, so you have to pick something. So I picked To Get All of It, because the night before I had a big show and I was kind of nervous about it. My friend pulled me backstage before I walked on, and he was like, "You're gonna get all of it." And so I don't know, that's the title of it, which still makes me laugh when I think about how this started. So when I tour, I'm a DJ, but I also tour with a TV3 synth bass machine and a TR-8S drum machine. And I always have those with me, and a keyboard. And so when I got on the train, I had my little flight case of those things, and I took over a table and I pulled them out, and I used the TR-8S as an audio interface and plugged in the TV3. And I started with this. Okay, let me turn down the volume. And the master, so everybody can hear me talking. So I started with this sound. I just sort of messed around, with the sequence until it felt pretty, again, patient and not too much, so I could fill it in with more percussion. A lot of this track is really I really wanted the percussion to feel good. So I had started, because this is the, to the left of my session is sort of where this track started. So then I started bringing in, I had that going just on a loop. And I started, I laid down my kick, sample that I had. I always think that's here it is. I was like a weird moon pluggy sound, also made an operator. I actually think this as well to end up in the final. And so then I brought in a hat at like a lower frequency, and then a shaker with a higher frequency to sort of fill in the space. And as these tracks are laid out is sort of how I actually brought them in. Yet another hat pattern, and then another hat pattern. I kept feeling like I wanted different frequencies in the hats. So that was mostly just in the sample, not the actual tuning. And then I brought in this tom. And I kind of used my eyes here, and my ears and my eyes, like when I just start placing things. I think for me, half of it is just trying things out, and just like moving the audio around until it feels good. And so here visually, I just like took out some spaces here, and so I could add something here. A note that I oftentimes get on my productions is there's too much stuff in it. Everything's cluttered. So I've been working really hard on trying to have a space for everything, especially the percussive elements. And then I actually didn't end up using this conga, but something fun that I do if you have the contact library is, a lot of these contact libraries, you can hold down one note and it moves a pattern. But then if you go into, here's the instrument. If you go into the mixer, you can mute one of the elements, so it sort of changes the pattern right away, and it makes it a little bit more your own. But I ended up not using it in the end. But all the things you don't use in the end usually get you the thing that you do use in the end. So it's never a waste of time. Something I've had to tell myself. So So this clap, this was fun because I usually do claps on units 2 and 4, traditional dance house music. And I just found 2 different samples and started playing with them until they felt a little bit groovier and a little less straightforward. Just because I knew this was going to be, I had the intention of not having any instrumental or melodic sound until like a minute in. So I knew that I had to vary out the percussion more than I usually do. And then I made this weird glitch sound, also an operator. And so I had this sort of going. I had like, the hand drums, which like sort of like gave a little bit more of a world freer vibe in my mind. And then I knew I always wanted to use, write something for the piano because I usually play that live. And I had this tiny little, what I have with me on the train. And so it's like an octave and a half. So I couldn't like actually play chords. But I sort of, this groove is going. And then I kind of came over here and I knew that I wanted to introduce the piano with very little percussion. I would build to a point of bringing it back down because I find for me, when I introduce a new melodic theme that I'm going to use a lot, if you introduce it by itself at first, then when you start bringing other things in, maybe even if it does get buried in the mix a little bit, your ear knows exactly what it sounds like and you can keep finding it. So, filtered in a piano, kind of went from like this vibe and groove, a little bit raspy with a filter at the end on the activation itself. And then sort of filtered in the piano as I let the percussion sort of like die down in the back. But the piano started actually with I just wrote this line because it's hard to use chords on the MIDI controller that I had. I knew that was like the melody I wanted to hear soaring over everything. And so then I sort of painstakingly threw in notes to accompany that melody. Really don't need much. I was on a train traveling, writing this, which is I think the really exciting part about me, is using music. That being said, this sound was definitely one of the more like beautiful, elegant sounds that I had made before, and I knew that I would need a lot more sort of like post-production and massaging. So as soon as I got off the tour, I landed in New York and I met up with my favorite producer, Cheever is his name. I work with him on pretty much everything I touch. He's remarkable and one of the most joyous people I know. And he also has his own project called Crush Club. They're remarkable. Toured with them a few times. So we ended up kind of like, these were the ideas and those were the elements. And we ended up using a lot of his Digitact drum machine. Except we did keep the toms, which are a really big element of the song, are from the TR-8S. And which was just really fun to program them in touching something versus like how I did in the original session was just like, finding the audio and just sort of placing it in the session. So it was fun to make the toms with the drum machine. I'm going to, I think these are them. And the hardest part for us was the toms are so full and big, they kind of competed with the low end of the piano for a while. And actually this is the final mix and ended up being mixed in his studio analog. So we had to do a lot of carving of taking out the low end of the piano, but still trying to figure out how to make it warm. And so we ran it through a distortion pedal, the Digitact distortion pedal, to sort of help warm it up and bring out some of the frequencies that we wanted accentuated.
Hey Leah, just a quick shout. Could you lower the master just a little bit more so we can hear you a little more clearly when you're talking? We heard everything so far. It's just a little easier if it's down a little.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So, and then, really like the percussion as, what it started with. And then when I got in the studio with him, we really went to town on the percussion.
Yeah.
Just following that. Really working to make sure each element had its own space, had its own place. I there weren't two things that were colliding, you know, between the toms or rhythmically between any other elements. You know, I'm really just like working on the groove and bringing the toms in and finding the place for the toms. For, you know, most of the process is that, and then bringing in the piano. And so then at this point I had, you know, everything but this, right? And so by this time it's like end of December, and I just kind of sat on this track because it just didn't really fit into my library, and I wasn't quite sure what to do with it. And then when the pandemic hit, I just felt like, you know what? I'm not touring. I don't know what this is going to look like to play music to people again in the future. You know, I love this song. It's a little bit more gentle, and maybe there's something that can be done with it in this time period. So I sent it to Little Boots, who is a singer and producer in the UK. And she had just listened to the Queen of England give a speech talking about staying home and being safe. And at the end of the speech, she ends it with, "One day we will meet again soon." And so just serendipitously, I sent it to her that day that happened. And so she had that in her head. And, you know, the universe looked down upon us and smiled and gave us this. And she recorded it pretty much as is. She laid her own vocals down over the track where she wanted them, and she did a great job with that. And we just sort of like in the part with the chorus, when it was really about the piano in that moment, added you know, a little bit more verb and pulled them back a little bit, stacked them, and gave it a chorus effect on the vocals to make it feel like you're in a crowd, you know, you're part of something larger than yourself, which is I think what we're missing right now. And yeah, and so there was a lot of editing to be done for the radio Spotify version, but the extended version, as you can find on Beatport, it just came together as it is.
And now it's crushing all the summer charts.
You know, there's a lot of when one door closes, another opens, you know. So I found that a lot with this pandemic. Although, you know, there's a lot of hardship and a lot of loss. There's also a lot of other creativity and, you know, new things being born, which has been wild to watch and process.
Yeah. At this point, I want to just shout out to those viewers watching the stream. We're going to have a little Q&A at the end. If you have a question about this track or anything that LP did here creatively, if you want to know how she did something or what tool she's using, definitely pop into the chat. I guess it has to be the Zoom chat. So if you're watching on another stream, maybe pop over to the Zoom stream so you can submit a question, but we'll look out for those in the chat box. But a question I have for you, LP, is, you know, once you got the vocals back,
Mm-hmm.
You know, you mentioned Little Boots is a great producer in her own right too.
Mm-hmm.
So she was able to record this and kind of stack them, and the levels were workable and stuff. But was this just kind of like ready to go, or did you have to like massage it to mix it, or did you have to add effects to her voices, or like choose which recorder takes of hers to use and which not?
Yeah, totally great question. It's always so hard. I'm so not a vocalist. Like oftentimes people think when I go in the studio, like, oh, you know, just being a woman, you're probably the vocalist. And it always makes me laugh because I cannot carry a note to save my life. So I always feel a little bit like I really don't want to. I want to do right by vocals that are sent to me because I'm always so impressed that people can sing. She sent me probably a stack of maybe 5 or 6 different takes of the same thing, and so, you know, which is a lot, you know, kind of just was like, here's where I'm imagining them, but, you know, have at it. Again, I think this is a time, we made this in March when it was a very confusing time. So we were both pretty loose in the process and being open to whatever happened and not being tied to anything, which I think was a gift, something I'm trying to take with me moving post-pandemic. But yeah, so I ended up, let's just solo this, trying to go back in time and remember.
I don't know where and I don't know when, but I know we'll meet again.
There's a layer that has more echo and more delay, and then her top line is a little bit more clear. You know, definitely put some post-production on it, reverb, a little bit of tuning, you know, stacking things and unstacking things at different parts. This has more layers. There's also a bottom layer that we pitch down to make it sound more full. put a little bit of a
Yeah, I know.
EQ radio effect on them as well to make them feel smaller yet bigger. Yeah, so that's kind of how, and then, you know,
But I know we'll meet again.
like that was a really important part. And then when she told me she had heard that from the Queen, I wanted to accentuate that and add that one more time. When she had heard that from the Queen.
Has the Queen heard this track? Like
no, but
bumping it in
somebody can send
Buckingham
that to
Palace?
her.
Yeah.
She's like, watch the Queen sue us now.
Yeah, she'll sue you for creative copyright.
So yeah, it's kind of how this happened.
What about the strings? I mean, we didn't really get to hear those because I guess they're later in the track. But
Oh
you know,
yeah,
while
the
we,
strings. Well, when I
I'm
thought
curious.
beautiful, you know, this track is so much more. Sometimes I'll use like one high pitched string to sidechain, you know, and like a big drop or whatever. But this was these actually, you know,
I
had
don't know
a
where, and I
melodic
don't know
point,
when. But I know we'll meet again.
and you know, just to fit in with the piano,
I don't know where,
to sort of
and I don't
accenting the
know
top line
when.
melody that was originally
But I know
written.
we'll meet again.
They were made in Contact, which is wild to me.
So is that an example of something you add after you get the vocals back? Like, oh, we want this section
Actually, you know
to.
what? Well, no, actually, I had those in there before. I actually didn't add anything melodically,
Afterwards.
or even I didn't. Yeah, no tracks were added post vocals. Some things were actually taken out to give more space. Like there were some percussive elements that I believe were taken out,
Okay.
just because that really needed to shine. And then mostly it was like EQ changing, to, you know, give more space for her vocals, EQ carving and for another instrument, mainly the piano.
Yeah.
But something fun that we did after we knew the placement of everything is really like this kind of stuff, printing them, you know, the piano was still in MIDI form, and resampling it and printing it into audio and reversing it,
Until
adding
the
a bunch of reading on it, and getting that swell,
we'll go.
just to like
That's very cool.
introduce the element that's going to happen later, using the same sound. Yeah, so that's that kind of stuff we did in post after the vocals.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, once you're getting everything to sit in a mix, especially once vocals come into play, and you know, you don't want frequencies competing with each other. Did you employ sidechain? And that's you know, a pretty big tool that folks use these days. Do you have any
Yes, sidechain
tips
on
and tricks for doing
everything.
that?
I remember the first
Yeah.
time I heard Kate Tronada, and I didn't know what sidechaining was at the time, and that just blew my door right open. It's one of the reasons I was like, I need to learn how to do this. I guess I should get Ableton. Yeah, a sidechain pretty much on everything. A little bit, you know, just like sometimes I have a tendency to overdo it, as I do in everything I do. There is sidechain on this, there's sidechain on the strings, there's sidechain on the toms.
It sounded like the piano was ducking underneath the toms. Like the toms are like right out in front because they're kind of melodic, like really percussive toms.
Yeah, you know, we actually didn't. Thank you. I'm glad that did work out, because you know, I didn't actually sidechain the toms, or the piano to the toms. I think we just used the Wave, you know, sidechain tool. It just pumps it at different. Turn up the knob to pump it harder, and so they actually weren't sidechained to each other. But I think that it still gave it that same effect and kind of worked out. We actually ended up in the final mix, turning the toms down. I released on Sophie Tucker's label Animal Talk, and that was like a big note from them. And at first I was really mourning the toms, but I think that in the end, you can still hear them, and the piano is way more full and way more brilliant because the toms were taken down a little bit. And so I think it ended up being a good thing.
Well, this was so cool to get a little glimpse inside of your track. Thanks so much for sharing. I guess before we hand it back over to Matt to move this thing along, I just wanted to give one last chance here for you to plug anything that you're working on right now, like outside of being an amazing DJ and producer. Are you working on anything else? And anything you're excited about coming up?
I'm spending a lot of my time right now working on FemHouse, which is the nonprofit I started about a year ago. We do free workshops, monthly workshops in LA, in person when we can. But we've just launched online courses, full, more intensive online courses that anybody from all over the world can sign up for. So we're really focusing on that. And we're doing a Femhouse takeover on Desert Heart stream on August 8th. So we have 12
Oh,
hours
wow.
of awesome programming for a bunch of female, non-binary, BIPOC artists. We're really excited about that. So
Great.
yeah, those are the focuses. Thanks so much for having me. I think what you guys are doing is very cool. Thank you. I'm honored.
And what's the website, LP, for Femhouse?
Oh, thank you. It is thisisfemhouse.com.
Cool.
FEMME house.
.com. Well, great work with that org. And yeah, awesome work with this track. It's awesome to see you get some success with it. So
Thank you. I
congrats
appreciate
and
that.
enjoy.
Thank you.
And Matt, we'll hand it back over to you, man.
Sweet. Oh man, that was so cool. Speaking of those toms, like I'm just like I want those toms. Where do I get those toms? So cool.
Yeah, the TR8. I mean, old school
TR
drum machine. Easy, simple, crazy.
People sleep on it, and
Yeah.
they shouldn't.
Yeah, true.
Maybe Roland will present on that later this week.
Cool.
Uh,
Thank you.
Sweet. Okay. Well, so we have Stolen Drums coming up in just a second. Before that, though, I wanted to do a short little segment, and it's not going to be live. I pre-recorded a video of this. It's going to be from the same angle. It's going to look live, but it's not. But regardless, it's about integrating live visuals into Ableton Live. Like, as what, you know, concerning what we're doing here, streaming platforms have become omnipresent right now. And if you have live, I think the question comes up, you know, you're obviously producing music, but how do I make this more exciting? How do I bring a visual element into that? And I just want to briefly take you through that using Max for Live. It's going to be real quick. You could follow along, but you also don't have to. But really, I just want to kind of introduce you to how quickly you can get something to integrate visuals into your Twitch stream, into your Mixcloud stream, on Zoom. The possibilities are really endless. So I think the spinning crew is going to play that now. Today we're talking about reactive visuals in Ableton Live. This is going to be quick and to the point. We have about 10 minutes, but I know a lot of you are probably streaming today. I know I've been streaming as well. And as traditional audio people, when you listen to Spotify, when you go to iTunes or pick up a piece of vinyl, it's an auditory medium. But because streaming now brings a visual element to it, I think it makes sense to bring that to your music, however you're presenting it on those platforms. So let's go ahead and dive in. So today we're going to use Live 10 Suite, and we're going to use that alongside with Max for Live, which is included with that, and we're going to build one of these audio reactive devices. So I'm going to switch cameras, and just real quick, this is pre-recorded, but everything I'm doing with a program called OBS. It's called Open Broadcasting Software, and it's essentially the #1 software for streaming. So anything I'm doing right now, although pre-recorded, I can absolutely do live. All right, let's switch to our camera and look at Ableton. Cool. Okay. So right here we have a fresh Live 10 set open with a couple audio clips in there. But what I want to do is I want to go to Max for Live, and I want to bring in a Max for Live device. We have 3 categories by default: Max Audio Effects, Max Instruments, and Max MIDI Effects. These mirror what we have in Live, right? Instruments, MIDI effects, and audio effects. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag an audio effect onto a new track. Excuse me, let me just drag it down there. Perfect. So we can choose any one of these 3 to make videos, because videos are actually doing something else. We got to ignore most of the content in this device. I like to choose an audio effect, however, because I can put an audio effect like I can in Ableton on a MIDI track, on an instrument track, or an audio track. So I have free reign when using that. So right here, we have this edit button. So I'm going to press this, and right away that opens up Max for Live. So now we're in a whole different piece of software. It does take a while to learn if you really want to dive in, but very quickly you can start to get the handle on some very powerful techniques. And when it comes to things like visuals or even new effects, straight away you can start to make stuff sound really exciting with Ableton Live, even with just a little bit of knowledge of Max. And that's what we'll show you right now. So I'm going to delete all this material right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to Visi. Visi is a series of Max devices basically designed to optimize video and to give you the ability to combine video and video synthesis without having to know code or anything like that. So like with audio, we have our input, And so I'm just going to go to this input category, and I'm going to grab this one called grabber. And this is going to take webcam input. And I'm going to go right back to Busy, and we'll bring in another piece of input as well. This one is called player. And this will allow me to add in any pre-recorded video, whether that's something on your computer or something you grab from the internet. So I want to affect some of these parameters. I want to select my correct webcam, for example. But right now, all I can do is drag these objects around. I could combine them together using what are called patch cords, which goes back to this idea of inputs and outputs. That's how all these devices are connected. But if I want to select my webcam, I actually need to go into a different mode. And that mode is called locking. So I'm just going to go ahead and lock this. And now I can select these different options. So I know my webcam is the C930C. And there I am. Hello, everybody. There's a couple of me. There'll be more of me before this video is over. And what I want to do is I want to drop a movie here, as it states so politely. So I'm going to unlock my patcher. We're going to go to video, and Max offers us a number of different videos to pick from. Let's choose this one. So I'm just going to drop this movie right here, and very cool. It's already looping, so we're already ready to go with that. So now that I have these two elements, these two inputs, I need to mix them together. And much like mixing audio or mixing some paint together, I can easily do that with video as well. So I'm going to go back to Busy. And in this case, I'm going to go to my output device, or rather this mix device, or rather this mix category. And I'm going to pull in a new device called the mix fader. And this is going to allow me to combine two video inputs together. So because I'm in this unlocked mode, I can now select these patch cords and I can combine them. So this signal flow is really important in Max as it is in Ableton. But in Max, I need to connect an outlet, this bottom cord, to an inlet, this top cord. So this is going to go right here to video 1, and this is going to go right here to video 2. And now my two videos should be mixed together. And you may ask yourself, Matt, I don't see two videos mixed together. Well, that's because we haven't added an output device yet. So I'm going to go right back to Busy. We're going to go to output, and there's an output device called projector. And now if I connect the outlet from these two devices, we should see this projector populate. And there I am. Hi, everyone. Very cool. So now I have these two inputs mixed together. I'm amongst the pigeons and the nice blue sky now, but I want to do a little something extra. So I'm going to go right back to Busy, and I'm going to go to effects, because now I want to manipulate how these two videos look as they're mixed together. So I'm going to select this one called delayer, which is going to give me kind of a whooshing matrix-like effect. If I want to quickly add this object to the patch cable, if I hold shift, it's going to put it right in there for me, so I don't have to unplug anything. And I'm just going to go ahead and add another device. Let's maybe go to the resampler. Now, much like audio, video is sampled at different sampling rates, and we can reduce that and increase that to give ourselves like a lo-fi quality or a really detailed quality. So I'm going to press shift. I'm just going to apply this too. And there we have it. I have a little bit of a signal chain now. And there I am. And there's that whooshing effect. So now that I have all these devices plugged in together, I now need to bring them back into live so I can manipulate them. I can actually use them with my music in a live capacity. So first, let me go ahead and save this. I'll call this the DEMC video device. This isn't the first video I've done. When you're doing this live, you just got to reset if something goes wrong. But so let's go to the DMC video device 2, and we'll go ahead and save that up. Cool. So now we have another projector. That's no problem. We can just close that in a second. But if I close this device and go back to live, we can see there's no interface. All I have is this gray box. That's not going to be of much use if I want to manipulate this audio using my other tracks. So I'm going to press this edit button one more time. And I'm going to select all these objects, and I'm going to select presentation mode. So now in this presentation mode, you saw that they disappeared. This is basically me going from the engineer mindset to the designer mindset. In Max, this is called the patcher view and the presentation view. So now that we've gone to the presentation view, I see all my devices again. Oops, sorry, let me go ahead, let me make sure I add them to presentation. I right click add a presentation. So now in my presentation view, we see my patch cables disappear, and now I can start to rearrange these. So I'm building this device in Max. I'm just gonna follow the signal flow and set this up exactly as I arranged it. So all of these essentially in a straight line. And I can always zoom out so I have a little more screen real estate. So by default, live opens in this patching view and not in this presentation view that we're seeing right now. So I'm going to press this inspector button right here, and I'm going to press this inspector, and if okay, I've got a device selected, so let me press inspector one more time. Great. So now I have an inspector for the entire patch, and there's an option that says open in presentation. Well, that is perfect. And looks like we had a little crash there, so let's get this up and running one more time. We can ignore that. Luckily, we saved. Yeah, let's recover my work. And I think we should be good to go. So let me go ahead and save this. Perfect. So there I am. And there are all my devices in a line. I could put this on Twitch, I can add this to the stream, and now I could switch my webcam input. I can add different videos, as many videos as I want. I can do things like play my videos in reverse. We have a number of different options we can choose from. And as you saw, that floating display went in the back, so I can just press this button to get this nice floating window. And now that I have this floating window up, I actually want to be able to manipulate this with audio, right? We don't just want this straight video playback. We want to make this reactive to what's in our live set. So here's a little secret. This is what I like to do. I like to grab an envelope follower, and I like to put it on a return track. Now, if we're familiar with sends and returns, and I'll just create a new return track D. If we're familiar with sends and returns, this allows me to send any signal to this track. And I'm just going to mute it because we don't need any of the audio. We're just using it as a control signal. So if we don't know about envelope followers, it's basically taking the shape of our signal, whether that's a drum beat, whether that's a piece of piano, and taking the volume of that and making it a control signal. Therefore, I can make another parameter in live follow the beat of my drum. No pun intended. So what I can do is I can map this here. And let's go ahead and map this to the video device we built. And let's maybe add it to this crossfader. So I'll quickly crossfade between different sections. And I have 8 options I can choose from. So let's select a few more. We can select delay time. And let's see what else we can do. Maybe we will add it to the delay crossfader. Now, I've got a couple audio clips available to us, and let me go ahead and play these. And now I'm going to start adjusting those sends. All right, so now we're having it, and now our visuals are reactive. Cool. So now that there's many of me on screen, hopefully that was just a little insight into how you can quickly make a device using Max for Live and making your Ableton Live set into an audio-visual set. Again, thank you to DEMC, and I'm around for questions because I am here in person too, digitally. All right. I promise my real life dubbing is a little better than that. I said audio reactive visuals. I didn't say video production, but yeah. So we're just gonna bring it on over to Stolen Drums now. He's our next guest. Super cool producer out of Atlanta. I mean, definitely a multi-hyphenate. Not only is he producing music, he's also done a lot of work locally in building up a music making community in regards to education. The list goes on and on. So he's going to break down a beat for us live here. And after he does that, we're going to open it up for a little Q&A and hear a little bit about his workflow down in Atlanta.
What's happening?
Hey, hey.
Hey. So, yeah, I'm out here in Atlanta, Georgia, originally from Detroit, Michigan, which is, you know, awesome for me to be able to play a role in this whole thing, right? And especially with this kind of company, I'm extremely excited, honored, you know, and just super grateful for the opportunity. You had said break down a beat, but we're gonna make a beat. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. So I got my Ableton session open and I think I'm ready to jump in if you guys are ready to start working, see what we can cook up. Sounds good? Awesome. All right, cool. Let's see what we can do.
on the fly. Awesome track. So,
What's that?
oh, just wanted to talk about the track, man. Yeah, awesome stuff. So many tracks there in live, so much build up. Uh, Let me ask you a couple questions now, and then we'll open it up to a little Q&A as well.
Sounds good, man. I think they turned my camera off.
Oh, okay. Well, we will get drums camera back on there. Sorry to hop in there. I ended up
There we
taking
go.
that 10 earlier, but awesome stuff, man. Immediately, I was just thinking, like, you have a really hybrid setup. You're in the box. You've got the MPC. You've got vinyl. Like, what was your journey in terms of production? Like, did you start on the hardware side and move over to software? Like, and how would you say they're meeting in the middle today? Are you using one more than the other? Where are you sitting at now as well?
Yeah, I definitely started crate digging. You know, I had like my MPC. I think I started with a 60. I know I started with a 60. You know, and I would just dig for records and find dope loops and put drums on top. And that was the MO for a long time. Still is, to be honest with you, like 90% of the music that I make. But from that kind of MPC workflow, I started to kind of learn about softwares that had a similar style to them. So, you know, I played with some Native Instruments stuff and bounced around with that, and eventually kind of found my way to Ableton. And then once I found my way into Ableton and understood like the audio stretching and looping capabilities and just like the manipulation of stuff and timing, I was kind of hooked. So I just stayed here for the majority of my work. Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's cool. There's something about coming up with MPC too. Like, there's so much feel in the drums, and like just having that focus and then moving into the software side, I feel like you're honing your instrument in that craft.
Hell yeah. No, I mean, like the drums are, you know, it's like drums is in my name. So like I've always been kind of infatuated with the patterns and the sounds of drums and whatnot. And, you know, like I'm from Detroit, so that whole like Motown soul, like the funeral home for my family's across the street from Motown, literally. But yeah, so that, you know, I can't get away from beats and rhythms, and it's definitely in my DNA. So yeah.
Nice. And like, and you've taken that to another step, because I mean, outside of the producing, you do your own sample packs, like you're finding those drums and putting them together, processing them, all that.
All of that, man. So between like, you know, found sounds and Foley stuff, and you know, then finding like acoustic recordings of like certain drums and whatnot, and then taking that and giving it a certain aesthetic and feel, you know, for a purpose. In my case, it was like a lot of lo-fi stuff. So, you know, I would kind of make some packs, slappy drums, you know what I mean, we called it. But yeah, just make packs of drums that would be tote for a specific type of beat, you know what I mean? And that's been a pretty big part of my business. Yeah, definitely a big fan of sound design.
Nice. Yeah, it's like, you know, you're not just pulling in some samples, you're actually designing the samples for the track at hand. So that's awesome. Well, we want to open it up to Q&A as well, if anyone has any questions for drums too. But
excuse me, Matt.
Yeah.
Peace. How are you? This is DJ Jungle 313.
Hey, what's up, DJ Jungle?
Everything's good. What's going on, brother from Detroit?
Peace. How you?
Man, excellent, man. You was over in Zone 8, huh?
What's that?
That's over there. What street you stay on? What hospital? What funeral home that you were mentioning about? That your parents stayed
Man,
in?
I'll be honest with you. We left Detroit when I was like 10 years old.
Okay.
We stayed on Tillman and Magnolia.
Okay.
You know, not too far from Jeffries Freeway. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely the funeral home right across the street in the same, like the same parking lot. I think it's you can walk to, you know what I'm saying, just walk across the parking lot, you'll be in Motown.
Okay. Yeah, because that's Grand Boulevard near the Linwood area where Motown is located, and I believe that funeral home is McFall Funeral Home. Matter of fact, that is called Zone 8, and I just did an interview with a brother named Yusuf Shakur in that neighborhood. He's an activist, a community activist. He also has a nonprofit. And in your background, I see you have a skateboard. You skateboard also?
I used to skate, man. I tried to pick it up to hang with my kids. I fall real good, but I push around a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I still push. I started pushing in 1976, and I'm 50
Okay.
years old, and I still got a board. So, don't hurt yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I
I've definitely done
appreciate
that a
this.
few times.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you coming through. And after this, we're gonna have a further discussion. Matt, Cole, LP, I really appreciate you coming through for your Ableton portion, and I would like for you to stay because we have DJ Head, who was the DJ and a Grammy Award-winning producer who worked with Eminem, and he is one of our instructors, and he's going to do a lo-fi presentation. So if you have time, please stay for the next presentation, and we're going to load up DJ Head with the lo-fi with Ableton.
Dope.
Sweet.
So how does she grab this?
Hello, I go by the name of DJ Head. I am here with the DMAC conference, July 2020, to present to you Ableton Lo-Fi. And we're going to take this pre-made beat that I made earlier today, and we're going to make it lo-fi. It sounds a little lo-fi already, but we can get it even lower than what it already is. So we're not doing anything high fidelity, nothing real poppy and sterile and clean. We're just going to keep it gritty and grimy. So when we're dealing with lo-fi and sound design for the most part, or sonics, we are going to go through this track, and I'm going to show you a couple plugins that are stock in Ableton that we can add to add that grittiness to make it like imperfect, I guess you could say. So let's start off with one plugin that we can use here. So let's solo the actual loop that's going on right here, and we're going to make that clean. Sounds a little distorted already, but what we can do here is I'm going to add a frequency shifter. That frequency shifter is going to add us like a little wobbleness to it, like an old tape machine that's not consistent, because with a lot of lo-fi stuff, it's just, you just want imperfections and not a lot of clean consistency. We're not trying to make a pop record. We're trying to make something real grimy. So let's add a frequency shifter to add some type of inconsistency going on here. Now, I added that, and I have the amount already set, but if you notice, if I take the amount up and start messing with it, see how it gets real, like we're like mangling the sound. So we're not going to add a lot because it gets a little crazy there. So that's the frequency shifter. Let's see here. Another thing, let's add some reverb here. And that's going to give us like a little bit of space on the sound. Make it a little spacey out there. So it's already starting not to, it still sounds like the original sound, but it's starting to sound like something a little different other than the cleanliness that's already that was going on prior to us adding these two effects. So now let's add, let me get a little EQ on here. Let's see what's going on here. Get a little bit more grimier, some compression, it should work. Compression is going to, add a little bit more pumping and imperfection to the movement of the loop. What else can we add here? Let's add some erosion. The erosion here, which is another Ableton stock plugin, that will add some more, I guess, granular artifacts, you could say, to the sound. See how gritty it gets? So it's really imperfect. So if we're moving this around, you can hear how it's like mangling the sound some more and adding that dirt to it. Then you want to, with all these plugins, you want to kind of add to your taste or what you feel that's within you that's going to sound right and you're comfortable with presenting to the public. So I like kind of like that a little bit. Let's add some more saturation to like degrade the sound some more. That just adds a little bit more drive and distortion and grit to it. We can put some vinyl distortion on there. And that vinyl distortion gives us like the throwback, like when you're using vinyl and stuff like that. You know, you hear that when you play records. I don't know if many of you know what records are, but there's plenty of them behind me, which is like a good source of low fidelity. Because not like if you keep playing records and stuff like that, what you end up getting is you get this crackling sound in the background the more you play the vinyl, which is probably a lot of these records back here have been played to death, so they got a lot of crackle in it, which makes it low fidelity. It's not like crystal clear. Let's add some bit reduction to this thing, and that's going to downgrade the sound some more. Add some more gritness to it, and the auto filter, we can like make it like kind of like lo-fi right there. That's like a low pass filter, and what that low pass filter, it kind of gives you like that throwback what you call it, golden era hip hop, like your Black Moons, Tribe Called Quest, where they used to do a lot of filtered bass lines. This loop in particular doesn't have a lot of bass in it, but you can hear the filtered muffled sound. So if you listen to like Black Moon, Enter the Stage album, you'll hear that a lot with the filtered bass line underneath and stuff like that. But that also adds to that lo-fi gritness. So now we've got the sound pretty mangled down to what I like. And I mean, like I said before, you can adjust these parameters to your taste. I mean, this is just my taste for this moment in time. So as you start making more beats, maybe you don't want to put vinyl distortion on a particular track. Maybe you don't want to do bit reduction on certain tracks. Maybe all you want is to put a bunch of erosion and saturation. That's fine, because this is, you know, you making your sound with lo-fi. Now, another thing, let's move over from this, because I'm happy with the way this sounds. And let's add some drums and stuff like that. Take that off solo. So let me go over to these drums, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and grit these up some more. We got some saturation on there. Looks like I already had a bunch of the stuff on here. But if I take the stuff off, it's probably gonna sound a little cleaner. See how weak the drums sound? So as you heard prior to me taking that off, the quality was a little bit more to the back and it's not as like hard hitting. So with me adding all those effects back on there, especially this drum bus, that's gonna give me like more bigger drum sound, like massive. And it starts pushing it to the front. And as I put some bit reduction on there, add a little filter on it. I'll put 2 filters on it. Let me pull this back a little bit. Then let's go over here and add a little compression on it. I'm gonna add this chain right here. And then, I like the way that sounds, because I already had it pre-done. And then the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add, let me go over to the bass here. And we're gonna add this bass line I had programmed. And what I'm gonna do, I want to put some more grittiness on here. So I got a couple cabinet effects I put on here, like to make it even like grimier. actually, I kind of like how they came out. Sounds pretty good. And that's pretty damn good. So, that's my lo-fi production. Use some of these techniques. A shout out to Splice, because the main sample that we use, which is the V-Ride synth loop that you see right up here in the song starter lane, that is from the Virtual Riot Heavy Bass Design from Splice. And also, these two elements right here, this one right here, and this one right here, hold on. That is from the Splice Rare Percussion Street Instruments Volume 1, which gives us a little bit more motion in our beat. So, and when we combine all that together, we get all of that. All right, thank you very much. Peace and blessings.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Somebody got that? Yes, I can hear you. Good. Peace. Peace, everybody. Is Matt still in? LP still in? Drum still in? Well, I'd like to thank you for coming out today for this Ableton presentation. Any questions, comments? I thank you. This is another portion of the DMAC 2020 installments. Thank you, Ableton. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Coleman. My brother, Ben. Love you, brother. I appreciate everything that you do over the past years. And thank you again. And we'll be coming up with more programming. Stay tuned. We have a schedule listed for you. And we're going to come with some more commercials. Thank you.
Bless.
Maybe that's
Peace, 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 peace. What?
Just talk to him.
Peace, Ed. Your mic is on?
No.
DJ Head, can you hear me? Well, let me give you a little background on Mr. Kevin Bell, which is DJ Head. DJ Head has been one of our instructors at Diamond DSA program that we had conducted music production courses and DJ courses ever since 2017. He has also worked with us with the Jay Dilla events at the Charles Wright African American Museum here in Detroit. He has worked with Eminem. He is a Grammy Award winning DJ, producer, and it's been a pleasure working with him. And he also works, he's a crate digger. He works at a record store, I think it's Lost and Found Records over on Gratiot in Detroit, right around the corner from what is Eastern Market. And if a crate digger want to go there, that's the place to be. Thank you. for your donations of many records that we have in our collection for the students to be able to learn production, just like you're showing as examples for um, different DAWs or digital audio workstations as we teach in our programs, such as Ableton or such as any other DAW that may be on the market. But Ableton has been one of the ones that has been remarkable as far as its approach in teaching, especially using learning Ableton, learning music / Ableton, that has been very instrumental in our class as far as giving instruction to children remotely. We really appreciate that, and also being able to utilize the information that Mr. West gave us about how to actually utilize Max for Live for video. And that is incredible. That is really a game changer and can really up the game for a producer, DJ, visual artists in their creation of production pieces. Very educational information that you gave us today. I'm very thankful. Once again, thank you, Ableton, for being a part of the DMAC 2020. Thank you, Charivar Detroit. Also, thank you, Loft DJ in Chile and Santiago. DJ Was, he did a phenomenal set at the beginning of the DMAC third day. So if we have anything else, Matt, would you like to say anything else, or any of the panelists? I see Kevin. I see Mr. Bell now. What's up, Head?
Yeah, I mean, nothing too much to add. Just thank you so much for having us out, and you've been an awesome partner for a long time, and of course, doing great work. To more DEMCs to come, and just more stuff in between. Hopefully, some stuff in person too. But let's see, sooner than later.
Yes, and Serato is one of our partners. Also, tomorrow we're going to have OP Miller doing a presentation on Serato Studio. So check the timelines or the schedule on the different platforms, Facebook, Spin Inc., the DMAC 2020, and you can find the listing of the times. If some things change, but we're going to still give you good programming. Donate to our program. We can find a donation button on Facebook, donation button on Spin Inc. Website, because these type of programs are very instrumental in saving children's lives. And you see one of our commercial drops where I speak of that, because I show a perspective from my neighborhood, and it's totally changed. And we need to utilize these programs to create a positive environment, to create positive music, so children can become more positive and uplifting in their community and want to rebuild from that. So again, thank you. Here, did you want to say anything, or is your mic on? Still ain't got his mic. Hey, we appreciate you, brother, without saying, if you can hear me. Drums, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. LP, if she's still here, I thank her very much, and everybody else. Thank you. Thank you again.
Hey, Jungle, thank you as well, man. I just want to once again kind of express that gratitude, man, and say I appreciate you having me on. And tomorrow, when you guys are hanging out with LP, tell him I said what up, though.
Oh, no doubt, man. Tune in. You know what I'm saying? And he's going to give a very in-depth presentation on Serato Studio within the Serato brand. And that is an amazing tool. So all these tools are amazing. And, you have different variety of things, but it's also about the artist and the heart of the artist and what they want to create. Like I tell my students, music is just like water. It can quench your thirst or it can drown you. So leaving on that note, DJ Jungle 313, DMAC 2020, Charivar Detroit, Loft DJs, our third day. Stay along with us, and we have some more programming coming up for you. We want to give a big shout out to the stream team. They've been doing an amazing job. Thank you very much. And we can continue on. Thank you. Hmm.
Hey y'all, Lisa Davis here, the Trusted Banker, and I just wanted to take a few moments to talk about everything going on in the world. Small businesses have been finding it very challenging to keep their doors open, to generate revenue, to make money to pay their bills. DJs, music producers, event planners are no different. Promoters, no different. In fact, they might be getting hit even harder. It's very challenging right now to play in concerts, to fill up the clubs with social distancing and all these different things going on right now. It's really hard for people in the entertainment industry to not only make money, but to see when they're ever going to be able to make money like they used to. So I wanted to just talk about 3 different tips that I know that I've been working with some of my clients as we go into this new normal. The whole world is different. Everybody's having to look at how to make money different, using their craft, using their talent, using their knowledge. These DJs, promoters, music, event planners, producers, they're no different. They are super, uber talented. I know you guys have been enjoying the music so far, right? It's been great. Look at Charivari, prime example. They took their entire music festival and put it online. These are the kind of ways that we've got to start thinking outside the box in order to not only stay in front of our audience and stay relevant and stay engaged, but to also generate revenue differently, right? It might not be with ticket sales. It might not be with packing a club. It might not be with liquor sales, but all of these DJs, music producers, promoters, they are all so talented. They've put decades into the business. They know a lot about the business that a lot of people don't. Their knowledge is money. And so you got to look at 3 different things. And so the first thing I want to talk about is social media. Social media is huge right now. Everybody is at home. Everybody is looking for more entertainment in different ways. The TV, there's no TV shows. There's no new things on TV, no new movies coming out because, again, with everything going on in the world and social distancing, they can't create that new content. But you can. Anybody that has a social media account or that has access to a phone or a computer, create a social media account and get your followers up. A lot of times you guys or anybody in the entertainment industry, if you have been spending so much time traveling and going from gig to gig to gig, and you're a solopreneur, like a lot of small businesses, a solopreneur means that you're pretty much the only person in your company, or maybe you have 1 to 5 employees. If you are a small business like that, DJing, promoting, going to clubs, concerts, event planning, then you probably haven't taken the time to build up your social media following because you have a following in person. Well, guess what? Right now, all those people are at home and they're on social media and they're looking for something. Start engaging, start posting, post content every single day, build up those followers. You can generate a lot of money. As the followers grow, so can your opportunity to grow your money. The next thing I wanted to talk about, teaching lessons. A lot of people are now taking that knowledge in their head and monetizing it. Go on YouTube, teach some DIY classes, teach a series of classes, slowly build your audience up, take them through series of steps in order to teach them the skill that you have. You have decades of knowledge in your head. Let's monetize it. Zoom classes, YouTube classes, monetize them by putting them online, maybe charging sometimes, maybe sometimes not, but find a way to of your audience. Get them to follow you on YouTube. Get them to register for your Zoom classes. Get engaged with your audience, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to lose touch with them. You want to be able to grab their email, their phone number. You want to send out those texts. You want to send out those emails. You want to be able to get in touch with them no matter what, because right now it is important to build up those followers, to build up those content lists, to build up that audience, because that's where you're going to generate revenue in your new normal. And the third thing I wanted to talk about is live streaming. You have a ton of knowledge in your head. Everybody here, whether you're participating in the event and you're DJing, whether you produce music, whether you're just here enjoying it. If you have spent the last 10 to 20 years honing your craft, the knowledge in your head is invaluable. take that knowledge and talk about it, live stream, do a video blog, talk about it, engage with your clients, engage with your audience, let them know some of the things you've been through, tell a funny story, let them know about your trials and your travels, engage with them, get them to sign up again for a newsletter, create a newsletter, create a weekly update, get an email list, but get that email address, get those audience levels and that content and that contact list, build it up as high as you can, because you'll be able to create another revenue stream that way. I did want to throw one more thing out there. Think outside the box. Corporations, foundations, philanthropists, everybody needs music right now because they're also getting on social media. They're also doing these one-on-one Zoom shows. They're also trying to get on TV with a different way, and they need background music. They need music producers. They need techno and house. If you've noticed in the last 10 years, techno and house is mainstream now. It's in movies, it's in commercials, it's on TV shows. They need that music, and they need to find a way to get it. Put that music out there and make sure you're getting in touch with big corporations and letting them know, hey, I've got this music that you can use for commercials, advertisement, to engage with clients, because your audience is huge. It is global, and they want to get in front of those people. So in order to target them, they target them with the things that those people love, that we love. House music, techno music, progressive music. We got to hear it. So think differently, think outside the box. Don't think it's just about quality music. It is. We love you. We love the music you make. We love the music you've made, and we love the music we know you're going to make in the future. But right now, it is about engaging and collecting data, collecting email addresses, phone numbers, name, first name and last name. It's about collecting followers. It's about collecting likes. It's about making that business page. It's about growing your audience, because as you do that, you will be able to make more money, because people will want to use you to promote products, to have music behind their products. All kinds of things will come your way. Again, think about philanthropists, think about corporations, think about getting those contracts to create music for these entities as well, because they're trying to use social media. Social media right now is keeping us all connected. It's keeping us all connected globally. We're enjoying Charivari right now on social media. So for all my DJs, music producers, promoters, what I have to say to you, if you want to stay bankable, if you want to keep financially fit and have your revenue streams continue to bring in the money to pay your bills and push your product, get in front of your audience and collect them and have them follow you, like your page, get engaged with them, and build that platform so that you'll be able to generate you'll be able to generate revenue differently. My name is Lisa Davis. I am the Trusted Banker. Have fun. This is a great concert. I love Charivari Music Festival. I hope everybody's having a good time, and I will see you guys later. Bye.
And I want to tell you my story and what I have to do with the city of Detroit. In 1988, I started a small record company, and I signed a group from Detroit by chance. And this project was called Final Cuts, and Jeff Mills, now a famous DJ, was a member of this project. So this was the first bridge to artists from Detroit. In 1989, like a year later, the wall was open, between East and West Berlin, and it was an incredible euphoria in the city. People and families got together again, The administration of the West Berlin government lost control somehow. This was a historic moment, This euphoria, incredible, And then these new tunes from Detroit came over, techno. It was really fresh in those days. no words, a very kind of it was not such a happy music, you know, but it did fit, and the kids from East Berlin and from West Berlin did like it, you know. It was a common subject. It was kind of a challenge, and the lucky situation was that the city, the east part of Berlin, was full of empty spaces. Can you imagine? A lot of empty spaces, a lot of euphoria, no police, no curfew. That was anyway a law in Germany. Since 70 years, we have no curfew in Berlin, thanks to the Americans. They arranged it. So the conditions were really good to start something. And we found also an old vault in the center of Berlin, between the two infamous walls. It was an old Jewish bank house, and in the basement we found this incredible space. And when I entered this space for the first time, I said, this is like opening a pyramid, you know. This was a very, very special moment. And I was convinced from the first moment something special will happen here. And what happened was that the sound of Detroit came over, spoke to Mike Banks, and I said, you know, kids from the East need your sound, you know. And this sound came over and became the sound of the reunification, you know. This reunification took place on the dance floor finally. Really, the kids from East and from the West Berlin, everybody liked this music and start dancing in the dark. This was so intense, and it did last for 4 or 5 years. The brand Tresor became a symbol, you know, for getting together, you know, for looking into the future, you know, for first nights, you know, dancing through the night, you know. That was Tresor. It became over the years a philosophy. We signed many acts from Detroit. We flew them in, and I remember very early days when Joy de Santiago, she arranged all the flights there, and the Detroit artists came over very late, like 9 p.m. So we could arrange a dinner, and then we went to the club to party till 6, 8 in the morning, and then they had to take their first flight back to Detroit. There was, what a shame, I thought. Later on it changed, and the artists stayed here, you know, overnight, and stayed a few days, and we learned each other, you know. So the Tresor became also the spot where East and West got together in a very friendly community, and we thought about new ideas, you know. The club stimulate and encourage young people to join us in a way like that. They also started an own business, you know, do something. You know. It was an incredible movement because there was so much empty space, and the government said, okay, we can't give it to you, but you can use it maybe for 3 months or 6 months or 1 year. It was a law of temporary use for space for the artist. And I can tell you, thousands tried to do a small startup, you know, and they did. And in addition of all this small startup, a huge economic force, you know, a nighttime economy began its run, and it became very popular. Today, in 2020, we are the capital of electronic music, and we must say thank you to Detroit. You gave us the first tunes, and we still love it. The Tresor really became this brand where everything started, and we're still there. This is unusual for a club staying over 30 years, you know. So the people who are working for us, the employees, and you know, they love to work for Tresor because it gives them an orientation. We are a symbol for an alternative company, you know, for something different, you know. We didn't sign any contracts, you know. We always did depend on the safety, if we can keep the space or not, you know. And in 2004, 2005, we had to give up our first space but I was still. I said, that's it, you know, it was 14 years, and I said, that's it. It was like the same period like Motown in Detroit, and I said, okay, because my employers convinced me and said, Dimitri, you're a space researcher, explorer, you find something. And I found an old power plant. You can see it under an old Kraftwerk, you know. You can see it watch it under Kraftwerk, Berlin.de. And wow, I was so impressed, but the work was so, so intense. It did cost so much money because times have changed. When everything started in 1991, it was easier, you know. It was really, you found a spot, you cared for a fire escape, stairs or for an emergency exit, and you got a kicking sound system, one red lamp, that was enough, you know. People wanted just to enter a parallel world. They were looking for this door to go into this other world, you know, because they were tired and they were looking for a space where they could really among their people, you know, and these places like Tresor have and still protect, you know, our customers, our people against, you know, strange mainstream activities, and we try also to keep these difficult people out of our world. Anyway, Tresor has influenced so many other people to start something finally, and it helped a lot to that Berlin is now the capital of electronic music in the world, because beside the clubs, and we have about 150 venues on the electronic music bars, we have also the industry here who writes software programs like Ableton, Native Instruments. But everybody knows Tresor was the beginning, was the, how you say it? The source, you know. And the cradle, I don't know the word, the Krippe, I must say, the good thing is that these brands did stay with me and with you guys, with the friends from Underground Resistance, with all these people like Blake, you know, and Eddie and Juan. So we try to keep together, you know. At the moment, you know, it's difficult because Corona stopped us, starting parties, opening the doors, and we don't know what will happen. You know? But on the other side, I think we will go new directions. There will be a new Tresor, you know, and people asking me, you know, the people who are now between 20 till 28, you know, these young kids, you know, asking me what's going on. These kids have not been born when we started like 30 years ago. And next year, actually, we want to do a big jubilee. It's 30 years Tresor. And I can tell you, if you have ever a chance, you know, to start your own thing, you know, stay with your ideas, you know, believe in yourself, you know, go for it and stay with it, because all you do and put into your brand is important also for you and for other people, you know. The investment and the care to curate your brand, your idea, makes sense. People today, or employees, they said they want to work for a good brand, you know, even if they don't pay less than another company. Because the philosophy, you know, and the values of our company, the human values, the respect, you know, against others, you know, and to keep together, to be fair among each other, you know. It's not a lot, but it works. I say thank you, Detroit, for your help, and have a really good Charivari event this year. And as soon as it is possible, come to Berlin, visit us, and we will visit you. And I'm so happy that we have reached so much. Trésor is now respected also from the administration people, you know, the government people. And we are a brand, you know. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Mr. Dimitri from Germany. And I appreciate those words of encouragement, especially the great contribution Detroit have lent to Germany. I stayed in Germany from 1989 to 1991, and it was a beautiful experience. And the next presentation that we're about to lead into is with a brother I met at, I believe it was at the Loop Conference or NAM.
Yeah, it was a
But
NAM.
it was NAM. And we're here with brother Ostentatious Moss from one of our partners, Sweetwater. I'd like to give a big thank you to Chris, Bryant, and yourself, Austin, for being a part of the DMAC this year. We're really excited, and we're really excited to hear what you have to present, because a lot of the founders of this music use some of the things that you are going to demonstrate today, such as drum machines and also synths. So without further ado, we're brother Austin Moss, Mr. Ostentatious from Sweetwater.
Hey,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm really excited to be part of this. You know, I'm just really blessed to be in a position that I get to do for work what I would be doing in my free time. You know, if I was an accountant, or if I was selling medical supplies or whatever, I would still be digging into drum machines and that kind of thing. So I'm really excited to share with you guys a few things. Just first, a little bit about who I am, a background on me. You know, I am the DJ and keyboard buyer out at Sweetwater. So basically, that means I get to spend up a bunch of Chuck's money for work. I get to see all the new keyboards and synthesizers and things like that are coming out, and work with manufacturers to spotlight and highlight those products. And but I've been in that role at Sweetwater for about 3 years. Before that, I was in sales for a long time, about 13 years. So I've been with the company for 16 years, a long time. Before that, I managed a rental house and commercial audio installation place down in Nashville. And I worked in radio for years, and worked at a studio in London for a while also. And you know, really all that to say, I'm not fresh out of Burger World. I've been doing this for a really long time, and a lot of what I learned really was out when I was in school at college. I basically lived in what amounted to an electronic music frat house. There was a bunch of DJs and producers. We all lived together and would throw parties, and I would learn a lot from the friends rolling through. And so in the same way that I learned from my friends, I would like to share with you guys a little bit. And so with all of that said, I'm going to jump to the end here and just tell you what you're going to get out of this. At the end of it, my goal is that you have learned how to roll your own kick drum, snare drum, and hat sounds specifically with any kind of synthesizer. It doesn't matter if you're using Ableton. It doesn't matter if you're using FL Studio, or if you're using an MPC, which is what we're going to be mostly working with here today. We're going to really be using the MPC Live 2 specifically, which is brand new from Akai Professional. But even if you're using modular or whatever, it doesn't matter. You'll be able to take a synthesizer and get your own drum sounds. And with that, we're going to base a lot of our process on a classic drum machine, the 808 from Roland. It's about as old as I am. It came out in 1980, and you know, it kind of became like the Kleenex of certainly nowadays. It kind of became the Kleenex of kick drums, especially. You know, you'll hear folks talk about, I need that 808 up in the mix. I need more 808. They're really just talking about a boomy kick drum, but the Roland folks did it so well that that they just kind of became the standard for that. And back in 1980, they were trying to not necessarily make a replacement for drummers, but make a practice tool for guitar players and bass players to play along with. And we all have a pretty good idea what an 808 sounds like. It didn't sound like an acoustic drum. A lot of the musicians felt like it wasn't as expressive as they would have expected a somebody on a little jazz kit to be. And so it was a little bit of a commercial failure. And it got popular because it ended up in the pawn shops. It was cheap to get. It's kind of a punk rock vibe in that way, right? You make music with what you got and what you can put your hands on. And really, the Japanese engineers were trying to emulate an acoustic drum. And if you think about a drum, any kind of drum, it doesn't matter, kick drum, trap kit, a djembe, something like that. What you'll find is when you hit the drum, you're tightening the skin, right? And it pitches up. And then when you take your hand off, and this happens in a split second, it drops back down. And you've got this initial transient slap sound, and it drops in pitch over time. And let's just take a look. I'm going to drop something here in the chat. This is the Roland TR 808 service manual. All right, I'm going to put this in the chat for you guys to use and play along at home. Give me 1 second here. Okay, let's see if this works. I think maybe I just dropped it to Stream Team inadvertently. Let's try this again, huh? 1 sec. Tell you what, I'll just show you on the screen here. We're going to look at the block diagram, the circuit diagram for an 808, and we're gonna kind of reverse engineer what the Japanese engineers were trying to do with circuits. Okay, hoping you guys can see a wild circuit diagram there in front of you. Okay, and if you can follow my mouse here, what we're looking at is this is not like all the components of the drum machine, more of a functional diagram of what the drum machine is doing. Okay, this is the bass drum sound here, and I am in love with the bass drum on the 808. What we see here is this part is controlling the bass drum. This is kind of what triggers the bass drum and makes it play. We aren't going to talk much about sequencers today. We're going to talk more about tone and timbre and sound. In this bass drum here, it's got one oscillator, and you can see that it's got a control of the decay of the oscillator. So basically how it rings out. How it changes over time is another way to think about it. And on the output of the oscillator, we've got a tone control, so you can make it brighter or darker, kind of like snappier with more attack, or darker and just boomy, right? And then on the output here, we've got a level control, which is just volume. So we've got the sound itself, we've got a way to change the timbre, and we've got a way to change the volume. Makes sense? Let's take a look at the snare drum real quick too. It's a little bit different. With the snare drum, I'm gonna just look at the chat real quick. Somebody tell me that you're seeing my 808 screen in the chat, huh? Y'all seeing that? Now you're probably seeing me or something crazy. All right, I'm going back to the 808 circuit. So with the snare drum, we've got another oscillator. We've actually got two oscillators. One of them is just noise. Just like a white noise. And the other one is a pitched sound, which is kind of where you get the ping of the sound. Yeah, great. I appreciate you, Jungle. Thank you. So you've got the snare drum here with the white noise and another oscillator. So it's given us the ping of it, and the white noise is sort of emulating the snares on the bottom of a drum. You can see those here. And then we've got another tone control to sort of shape the timbre. And we've also got this snappy control, which really in practice we can see is changing the envelope control here. And then we've got another, this is a voltage controlled amplifier. So again, we're controlling the volume. And we've got a little high pass filter here that we don't have any control over. And then it goes to the output. All right. Some of those circuits we don't have a lot of control over. It's there more for the repair tech's benefit, right? And then also in here somewhere, we've got a hi-hat, we've got a closed hat and an open hat. And here, I'm not going to break this whole block diagram down, but you'll take my word for it. There's a shared white noise. In fact, it's basically like one oscillator, and they're sharing all of that white noise. And so what we have is just an envelope for our amplifier, and then a high pass filter to get rid of the mud in the low end. And with our open hat, we've got a little bit more going on. We've got a little bit of control over the decay time here, and we've got you can see we've got a knob here. That's what that little emblem means. And then also what's happening is you can see we've got a shut off. You can see it right here, where when the closed hat hits on the drum machine, it actually kills the open hat, right? And there's ways to do that in the MPC as well. Mute groups, they're called. In fact, that's a pretty common behavior in samplers and drum machines all over the place. When you hit your closed hat, the open hat shuts off. And you can do that with kicks and snares. You can do that with other types of samples, whatever. But these two are especially linked together, which gives us a little bit of expression available to us. Okay, so what that really means is this is just white noise. It's nothing really too magical. It's just noise, straight up. You could use like noise off of the radio or whatever. It doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna jump back and let's see here. So now you guys ought to be seeing my big head again. Let's take some of this stuff apart. Now that we've looked at what an MPC is doing, what an 808 is doing, let's look at how we can do some of that in an MPC or whatever you're using. In fact, while I'm getting my little act together here to show you guys what I'm doing, if y'all are playing along at home, if you're in front of your studio, it'd be a really good time to fire up your favorite synthesizer, whatever that is. Ideally, you're going to have 2 oscillators. We didn't ever hear any of those sounds in the 808 that had more than 2 oscillators. In fact, we had like an oscillator and a noise source. If you've got more than that, that's great. It'll give you more control over stuff later on. And y'all should be seeing the MPC here in my screen. And, you got me set up in the top right there a little bit, huh? So, we've got hoping y'all are hearing a kick drum in the thread there, huh? Something that sounds like a kick drum, maybe. This is I'm gonna back out of here and just show you a little bit about what I'm doing. I've got in the MPC here. Let's see. All right, let's see. Let me make sure y'all are. All right, now you're seeing the MPC. Yeah. Okay. So what we've got here in our main page on the MPC is we have different types of tracks that we can use. The first track here that I've created is a plug-in instrument. There's a couple in the MPC. There's just a regular synthesizer that we're going to be using for this exercise. There's kind of a 303 emulation, and we got a couple of things like that here. So we're going to go into the menu, and we're going to go into Program Edit. And we're going to break this sound apart. Okay, really here we're at the tail end of the sound, and I'm going to jump all the way up to the front and look at these oscillators. We've got 2 of them here. And right now we've got a triangle wave selected for our primary oscillator. And then I'm going to jump over to the mixer and just show you here's our mixer. We're really only hearing 1 oscillator. So this kick drum is really just 1 oscillator, just like the 808, just one sound. Yep, I hear you. A little more gain out the MPC. Maybe even a little more out of the master. right. So we've got the kick drum sound here, and what's cool about doing this on a synthesizer is that we can pitch it. With the 808, there was no pitch control on it, so it was a fixed tone. Mine, in fact, is a B flat. So a lot of the music that I use with that thing, I'll have a B flat in there somewhere, right? Either like the fifth, or maybe that's the fundamental. But it's really important to build your music around your bass part, whether it's a sub bass or whether it's a kick drum. But we've got the oscillator making its sound. You can hear it. You can hear it pitching. I can go way up. We don't like that. That doesn't sound much like a kick drum. Let's get it back in the low end. So I'm gonna jump ahead and turn up the output on this kick drum some, because I just really want it to bang. That's distorting a little bit on the mixer. But that's kind of fun too. So anyway, we've got a couple of things that make up any sound, right? Whether it's a guitar sound or a drum sound, whether it's acoustic or electronic. You've got pitch, you've got tone or timbre, kind of the how we recognize the sound to be what it is, and then we've got volume, and that's it. It's those three things that make up any sound, and then how those three elements change over time. So we've established our pitch with this oscillator, this one oscillator, okay? And we've got a tone control over here under the filter section. We've got it turned way down because I don't really want all of the overtones. I'll show you what I mean. Let's see. Sounds a lot less like a kick drum, but we've got a different tone or timbre. So we've also got, while we're, this is set to a 4-pole cutoff, which is harmonically related to the actual note that we're playing. It's nice. We've got an emphasis, it's called on some synthesizers, but resonance. And I've got it turned way up. So when I turn this filter down, it really is emphasizing that low end even more. I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to turn the resonance down and play with the filter, and you can hear sort of how it changes. And then if I turn the resonance up and do the same thing, it's real thumpy, right? So we're changing the tone over time. We've got an envelope right here, and we can say how much of the envelope is going to affect the filter. So the envelope basically tells us over time how much of this we hear change. And you can kind of, you know, play with these to taste. These are just ingredients. These are the components of the sound. So we've talked about the pitch, we've talked about the timbre, and let's talk about the volume. You've heard me adjusting the volume some, both on the mixer over here as well as the envelope. So the envelope is really what dictates over time how the sound changes. So here we can change the filter over time if we want to. The attack is the initial onset of the sound. If we're emulating like hitting a djembe or a snare drum, that's the initial slap on the skin. The decay is the initial ring out of a sound. So kind of like immediately when I take my hand off of the drum, that's our decay. And then the sustain, it doesn't necessarily pertain to a drum, but if it was a bass, you know, it would be how, as long as I hold my hand on the pad, that's how loud it's going to be. So I'll show you what I mean here. No ring out. Okay. Turn the sustain all the way up. And it's just bass pressure, huh? Cool. We can change that to on the filter as well. Decent. So we just play with these to taste. Sometimes we want a big boomy thing to fill up a bunch of space. Sometimes we want something that's like punchy and gets in and gets out. And so after the sustain, after we hear it, hold. After we take our finger off the pad, that's going to be how long the sound rings out on its own. Some instruments naturally ring out longer, like like a ride cymbal or a crash, for example, or a piano. If you keep your foot on the sustain pedal, it'll ring out for a really long time. In fact, if I turn the release up all the way up on this sound, I'm going to take my finger off. In fact, I'm going to turn the sustain down all the way down, and this thing is going to ring out indefinitely. You'll see. Yes. All right. You see what I mean? You can let that sucker go. But I don't really want that right now. I want it to be a little more manageable and reasonable. So we can also just turn that release right down. And I'm playing with the amplifier for the most part here. We can make it real punchy. I'm distorting my mixer input a little bit. Okay, so that's getting in and getting out. We can play with these sounds a little bit. I'm not going to do all of that. I'm more just giving you guys a tour of the way that we roll these sounds up. One other thing that we might want to do with our kick drum, and this is subjective, but the 808 for sure does this, is you can have a pitch drop, and you heard the pitch change over time. So we talked about when we hit the drum, it starts out really high and then kind of rolls off or pitches down. So we've got an envelope here in the MPC dedicated just to pitch, and you can tell it how high it's pitched up when it starts dropping and how long it takes to release. Let me see if I can give you some examples. I'm going to turn the filter up just a little bit so you can. It's a little easier to hear some of the pitch stuff if if it's up a little bit higher. Okay, so anyway, back to what we were doing. We're going to change the pitch. You could go the wrong way. Sort of sounds like a tabla. Or I don't know, it sounds like a trampoline to me. But we can change our pitch over time. That's the point. So while you're making your sound, think about how long that drop is. Okay, you may want to think about, if you want to drop at all, how long it takes, because you're effectively going in and out of tune. So if you're starting at a B flat, like my little favorite back there, and it drops half a step, it's going to land on a B, or maybe it gets down to an A sharp or something. B flat would go down to an A, and maybe it goes down further than that. So you're getting out of tune is my point. So think about that as you're making your sound. Sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you want to be careful about it, so your bass isn't getting in and out of tune and you're not fighting yourself. Makes sense? So also here on this sound, we've got some effects. I turned most of the effects off. I kind of built some of these ahead of time so that we could quickly get in and out of the sounds. But what's really cool about certainly this synthesizer, most synthesizers, you've got a little bit of control over your velocity and what the velocity does. So the harder I hit this sound here, it's going to change my amplifier. So the harder I hit it, it's going to get louder. And it's also got a cutoff. So the harder I hit it, the filter opens up, which, if you think about an acoustic instrument, a lot of the time, the harder you hit it, it gets brighter. Right? You think about a snare drum, if you barely hit it, it's sort of dark, but you really whack it. And especially if you've got like a brass snare or something like that, it really rings. The harder you hit it, the more it rings. And so that's sort of what we're emulating here with our sounds. Now I have got the MPC set to full level at the moment. So it doesn't matter if I hit it hard or if I hit it soft, it's really just making the same sound every time. So this is irrelevant. I'm gonna turn the full level off for a second and just show you a little bit about what I'm talking about. All right, so that's cool. If you're into finger drumming, you can really make an expressive sound out of a synthesizer, and we'll do a little bit more of that stuff with the hi-hat here in a second. Okay, so we've got our pitch set, we've got our tone set, and then we've got our volume in a way that we're comfortable with, and now from here, we can do all kinds of crazy stuff. We can put all kinds of effects on there. We can put a chorus on here. I don't really like a chorus on the drum sound so much. We could put delay. I would never put a delay on the kick drum, but people do for various reasons. What I would put on the kick drum just about every time is a compressor. You can see here I've got the makeup gain on the compressor turned up. A compressor is really going to generally kind of even the sound out. What it does is, if you think about the loudest it's going to get, it's going to put a cap on the loudest that it's going to get. And then what you can do is you can turn up the overall volume here on the output and sort of make it a more consistent sound. We sort of hear it as maybe making a little more punchy. We aren't going to really talk about compressors too much. That's not what we're chatting about today. So this is kind of a basic kick drum sound. That's really what we want, is just punch. At least that's what I want, is punch and boom. But if we want a little more timbre or tone involved, we can do a couple of things. We can change our oscillator shape. The triangle is real similar to a sine wave as far as our overtones are concerned. And there's not a lot of overtones really. But we can change it more to a saw wave or square wave or pulse wave. We can actually set up in our modulation matrix ways to change that timbre over time as well. So we can use those envelopes to change this specific sound component. Something else we can do is we can actually use our second oscillator. Man, we are just barely using this synthesizer at the moment. So if I want more sound or more timbre, I can use this oscillator over here and still keep this sound as the bass. And then I can, what I like to do is for my overtone stuff, pitch it up. Right, so we've got a little more control over it is really what we're getting to. So that's our kick drum. You guys have a recipe. Let's play with the snare drum for a second, okay? So I'm gonna go back to my main page. Like I say, I've got some of these sort of pre-rolled. I've got some samples here. I was playing with this little Jimmy Cliff sample. I'll just let you guys hear what I was sort of working around. All right, so of course I twisted it up, put some dub on it as Jimmy Cliff in it. So we're gonna go back to our program edit mode. And this is a snare sound that we've gotten started here. You can hear there's a lot of reverb in there. You can hear it washing. It sounds like a big industrial warehouse or something, I think. Take off that reverb. In fact, it's a stadium setting. If we take that off, we've got a little more manageable, and that's really what we're gonna play with. So let's just take a look at what our sound sources are at the moment. What we're hearing is we've got a little bit of the first oscillator, which I'm just going to tell you is a pitch. Our second oscillator, you'll see in a second, is the noise. You'll remember the snare drum had two oscillators. There's a noise emulating the snare sound, and then there's the ping of the shell, kind of the pitched component. Now here I've also got a ring mod on there, which is a little bit of an effect. For me, it sort of fills out a snare sound. It's commonly used for snare and metallic sounds, kind of inharmonics. So I'm going to turn it off, and you'll hear what the difference is. Okay. Now I'm going to play with my filter a little bit. I'm going to open it up so you guys can hear everything that's going on. I'm also gonna, right now it's a real shallow slope on the filter. I'm gonna just turn it right up back to my 4-pole. The 4-pole low pass filter is a pretty common filter. That's the one Bob Moog came up with, and you guys have probably heard of Moog synthesizers out of Asheville, North Carolina. Anyway, same deal here. We've got our resonance. Just like on our kick drum. But you'll remember there was a high pass filter on some of these. This synthesizer doesn't have a high pass filter, which is sort of a bummer, you know, but I'm not mad at Akai. It's cool that they put synthesizers in here. In the old MPCs, they didn't have anything like this. And so you really had to get way more creative to make your own sounds. But what I did do, I'm going back to the main page, and I'm going to just show the rest of this track. I have got some inserts on here somewhere. Actually, it's on the hi-hat, but you can put your own effects on here. So right now I've just got a compressor on this snare because I wanted more compression. On the hi-hat, I've got a hi-hat, a high-pass filter. I'll just show you. I'm going to jump around a little bit, and we'll add one later on. So anyway, back to our snare sound. Yeah. Back to our snare sound. We're going to go back to our menu and program edit. Let's take this thing apart. So we've got, like we talked about, we've got our pitched oscillator. And we've got our noise, you can see there. I've also got, I had some detuning stuff happening there. So it sort of fattens out the oscillator, makes it a little thicker. And you can turn that on. You can kind of hear that going on in there, right? So I'm gonna play with these a little bit and we'll see what we like. I want to change the envelope some. Let's play with the filter settings. Envelopes. So we've also, you can hear it. I know you guys can't see the pad part of what I'm doing, but you can sort of hear the results. You can hear me hitting it harder and softer. I'm going to go find my velocity setting, which I think was over here in setup. And you can see that I've got a little bit of filter action happening. So the harder and softer I hit it, that's changing that effect. Turned it all the way off and it doesn't matter how hard I hit it. If I turn the amplitude velocity up, you hear it get louder and softer. Okay, so that's really all there is to a snare drum. I'd love to make it more complicated. In fact, I probably am. I'm talking more about it than I need to. So that's it. We've got our amplifier setting. We've got the cutoff set, and then we can put some effects on here. I think reverb works really well. I do like delay on a snare drum. Let's do some delay. Yes. Nothing like a little dub in my book, okay? We aren't going to do that right now. We're just playing. We're just seeing how it sounds. We're experimenting, trying to give you some recipes to roll your own snare sounds. Because a lot of this is to taste. It depends if you're working against a sample, or if you've got another synth sound doing like an acid line, or you've got something else playing a B line or whatever, some pads. It's nice to have a lot more control with the synthesizer than you would with like a sample, because with the sample you're sort of confined with the original source material. Here we're making our own source material. All right. So we've got a snare sound in the warehouse. Let's go take a look at a hi-hat real quick, huh? All right. So again, we're kind of starting from the beginning. We don't have any effects on the hi-hat. And we've got here, we've got white noise, and we've got a sawtooth wave for a little bit of the pitch. And then we've got our filter set. It's really the same kind of idea as our other drums. We're changing the filter a little bit. And what's different about working with the synthesizer for our hi-hats is with this particular instrument, I don't have any way to control how it releases. So I don't have a really good way to emulate with the performance the effect of an open and closed hi-hat. But what I can do is I can come over here and change the decay sound. I'm gonna see if I can grab it with the. Okay, you see what I'm doing? Just kind of closing and opening the hi-hat, which is fun. And you can automate that kind of thing if you're performing. You know, you can hear me sort of loosey-goosey with my tempo, and I'll apologize for that. But what you can do is you can do a note repeat, and then you can right? You can play with it. It's a lot of fun. Hi-hats are really simple. It's just white noise, but for my taste, personally, I think there's a little bit too much like chunk. So that would be a lot like if we were hitting a hi-hat and we didn't have it pedaled all the way down, so there's a little air and you get a little bit of more body out of the hi-hat sound. I don't really like that. I want them to be sizzly and thin and crispy. You know, it's one of the things I really like about a lot of the trap sounds is the hi-hats are just so like, I don't know, like spitty or like sizzly. You know, they're like feeling words. You know what I mean? They're really bright. So I'm going to put a a high pass filter on this hi-hat. So I've just added that as an insert. And what we'll hear, it's almost gone. Not bad. Now, what we'll have to do with the MPC, because these are all separate tracks, I can't really effectively play a whole kick drum, snare sound, and hi-hat sound all together. So I got to sequence them all one at a time, which is fine. But like I said, we aren't really going to be talking too much about sequencing because that's going to be up to you. Whatever you're using, if you're in an MPC, chances are you know how to sequence there. If you're using FL Studio, cool, use that sequencer. There's all kinds of things that that are unique to the different sequencers. I'm more trying to give you some recipes for how to make your own drum sounds and do some sound design. We didn't talk about toms, but toms are really similar to kick drums. In fact, you could probably hear some of that in the when I was bouncing around on the pitch for the kick drum. One fundamental difference with a tom sound and a kick drum sound is there's tending to be more pitch change, so more of that pitch drop than you might have in the kick drum. But otherwise, it's just you know, you've got 3 toms on an 808. A lot of drum machines, you have 3 toms, a low, mid, and high, like 2 rack toms and a floor tom if we're talking about a cocktail or trap kit or whatever. So that's pretty much what we're looking at. I've got a few more minutes here, either to address questions, or I can talk a little bit about you know, just what I see coming down the pike that I think is cool, or other drum synths that are cool, or if you have other random questions about you know, either Sweetwater sound or drums generally, that's cool. But I will tell you what I think makes a drum synthesizer unique from like a keyboard type of synthesizer or like a mini Moog or whatever, is really just the way that that it's structured. So it's a bit of a fixed architecture. You've got typically 3 envelopes, and they're really snappy. They're really fast because drums are super transient, where with a synthesizer, you know, you may have a little more, you may want a really long evolving string kind of sound, or a pad or something that changes really slowly. As a rule, you don't want stuff to change slowly with the drum. You want it to be super snappy and really fast and punchy most of the time, just like an acoustic drum, because ultimately we're trying to emulate, you know, kicks and snares and djembes and doon-doons and whatever other type of drum, congas. You know, the 808 had, you could either do toms or congas, and the big difference was just the pitch and you know, how snappy the envelopes were. The conga's really snappy and higher pitched, and the tom is a little bit slower, and it's definitely lower. But you can do, if you think about what we've done here, you can also emulate like cowbells, which is got a lot more pitch than noise, and it's a higher pitched sound as well. We can go back to the service manual and sort of look at how the engineers at Roland in the late 70s and early 80s were conceptualizing those sounds, and use those as sort of a guide point. You can find, for that matter, you know, I love y'all Detroit, you know, maybe y'all are more interested in the 909 sound. You can go find the service manual for a 909 and get an idea of how they were making those sounds relative to an 808. But one of the things I really like in drum synth world right now is the Electron analog rhythm. I'm a huge fan of that thing. It's as the name sort of implies, it's analog. So it's got this really fat sound, and it's really easy to get around on the sound design component. To be sure, there's dedicated knobs, so you can just, a lot of what I was having to menu around here in the MPC to get at, you could just grab a knob and twist. They're a little more involved to sequence, but they give you a lot of control. They have ratcheting. So like ratcheting is like you hit one note, but it plays three. So that sort of speaks to like the like a trappy hi-hat, like a sprinkler hi-hat, you know, kind of like a sort of thing. That could be a ratcheting effect. They've also got probability effects in there. So maybe you sequence something out, and to keep it interesting and keep it from being repetitive, you set it at a 65% probability that sound is going to hit that time. And so, you know, most of the time it's going to hit, but sometimes it's going to miss. So it just keeps it different, keeps it like improvisational. So it's like a jazz aesthetic superimposed upon our techno, right? You know, I'll tell you the truth. Teenage Engineering has some really cool little drum synths as well. I've got this one. I'm gonna see if I can get it up in the camera for you guys. It's probably like poorly lit, admittedly, but that one's super fun. It's a drum synth in its own. It's relatively basic, but it's got a an oscillator, and it's got an envelope, and it's got a little bit of a timbre control, and it's like, I don't know, $80. And it's just fun. It's just like a little toy. Sometimes, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I get real serious about my music, and I'm like really precious with it. And it's sometimes fun to just have fun. And it's good to use toys and be reminded that's sort of what we're doing. In addition to the expression, we're just kind of having fun. So I'm not seeing any questions in the chat here, and you know, I hope that you guys got a few useful tidbits out of this little cooking class. I really want to say again, thank you very much to the friends at Spin Inc. for inviting me, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate Charivari for letting me tag along, and I really appreciate DMAC for letting me participate. This is really a lot of fun, and I also want to just give a shout out to a few folks. Homac, appreciate you. I would have had a hard time getting this streaming situation rolling the way that I did without you. Israel Music, same deal. Thank you. Of course, thanks to Sweetwater Sound for keeping me around for a decade and a half. And also big respect to Omotayo Rite of Passage. That's an African drum and dance group here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that teaches kids discipline and self-respect, confidence, and that kind of thing through drumming and dancing. And also, just again, thank you all for playing along at home. And you know, if you're seeing any of this MPC stuff that you're personally interested in, you want to get one, or you have other questions about drum synthesizers, please give us a call at 800-222-4700 and talk to one of our sales engineers. They're super friendly and very knowledgeable. They can talk to you about what kind of sounds you're trying to make and help you find the best tools for, you know, for what you're aiming to do. And then, you know, make sure you're taken care of. So
Excellent.
Jungle, that's what I got.
Hey, brother, that was an excellent presentation. I'd like to thank Sweetwater and your whole team for making this happen for us. It's a good addition to our segments, very in depth. I've learned a lot. And matter of fact, I'd like to possibly have you come back and do a presentation on the Akai Force. There's some people here in Detroit that has put that force into their repertoire. So we'd like to get some tutorials and master classes on that, because that, in conjunction with other tools that are out there, it takes your DJ and music production experience to another level. And a lot of things that you were showing in your demonstration, a lot of things are in that screen on the force that are reminiscent to what I'm seeing on the MPC. And Akai has been a staple here in Detroit from the MPC. Roland has been influential, especially with hip hop, with the 808, making the sound totally different. So we're appreciative for these type of technologies and having our children have access to it and knowledge about it. And so we'd like to thank Sweetwater for this presentation, and possibly we'll have some more master classes in the coming future. So I'd like to thank you, Austin.
I love it. You know, and you're absolutely right. This screen is real similar to the Force. They actually use the same underlying engine, and the instruments that I was using, the tube synth is also in the Force, and so all of that sound design stuff that we're doing should translate perfectly. Of course, the sequencing is different. You know, that's more of a clip-based tool, where this is more of a pad-based tool, but they're really similar, man. And in fact, I could, you know, this little Jimmy Cliff tune that I'm working on here, you know, I could email you the file, and even though I did it on the MPC, you could open it up on the Force and y'all could play around with it in the same. So it's cool that they're interchangeable. There is a lot of commonality in those instruments for sure.
I saw the hype synth in there also.
In the Force?
The hype synth is in the Force, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't know about that one because I don't have a Force, but I've got a buddy that has a Force, and he was telling me it's in there. And, you know, so a little bit of you know, peek behind the curtain. In Music is sort of the umbrella company for Akai, Rain DJ, Denon DJ, Alesis, Newmark, Headrush. There's a few companies that are all sort of under this parent company, and Air Music is one of the is the software arm of that organization. And a lot of the sounds that are in the MPC and the Force came from that Air Music group. They have a software synthesizer, a drum synth. It's a dedicated drum synth. And you know, I do get to bend the Akai friend's ear from time to time. I'm begging them to put a drum synthesizer, like a dedicated thing, in the MPC. But yeah, man, they kind of take little bits of technology from here and there and repurpose it and share it among those organizations. And so yeah, man, I'm hoping I get a hype synth in my MPC here soon.
Yeah. Well, I'm still studying the Akai Force. It's a very powerful tool, and I've noticed that it had something that was reminiscent of, I think it was APC 40, where they actually had a crossfader.
Mm-hmm.
And the Force has a crossfader, and that intrigued me because I'm a DJ. I'm like, crossfader? Okay. Now I'm starting to understanding how to use it in the DJ setting, and also learning how to produce as I'm DJing, because that's the next level. You can play other people's music, and you know, as we have seen through the streaming, If you play other people's music, you got copyright issues and the streaming will cut you off. So when you start producing your own music, you offset that. Then you can actually monetize it and, create another income stream for yourself. So with
Income
that,
streams from streaming. I like that.
yes.
I like that.
That's since COVID, we are usually in a terrestrial space where we actually in a school setting. But since COVID and the pandemic with the quarantine, it has made it so that you had to be creative within that space, because now you still can engage the student, but now this is global. You can engage more students. It has no borders. And that is one of the things that we like about this platform, because Detroit has a lot to share globally. We have given a lot, and we have a lot more to give. And that's why our children have to see things like this to be able to have that inspiration, say, you know what, I can do this because I got the access. And their skill set can translate into something else that is even more beneficial and can make their lives more wholesome, and they have longevity in both aspects, musically and being a human.
That's right. Well, I can definitely tell you that Detroit has given me a lot. I've been going to the movement festival for a long time, and I will come up there, and I've made a lot of friends, and I'll come up there and go record shopping. I'm planning to do that actually here in a couple of days. Detroit Vegan Soul is one of my favorite spots up there in town, and I'm just learning. So you guys are going to laugh at me, but I'm just learning that Detroit pizza is a thing. I didn't know that was a different type of thing. So I'm going to try to get some Detroit pizza while I'm up there shopping for records. And so I'm pleased that you guys gave me the opportunity to give something back at the same time.
Well, I like to mention that, we usually have our DMAC during the movement weekend, but we have partnered with a dynamic festival that's coming up this weekend. It's going to blow it's going to blow you away. Charivar Detroit has presented here in Detroit a home, family-based, children-friendly environment for a course of 3 days. And they start up July 31st all the way to August 2nd. They're going to keep running streaming DJs all day long. So please come out for that. We have the Loft DJs. We have our affiliate from Santiago, Chile. That was a set that was played earlier today by DJ Wask. Phenomenal set. And one of the tracks that he made was from one of our former presenters, Mr. Mike Agent X Clark. So that was a banging track. Look for it. And as we go into the next segment, I'd like to thank you, Austin Moss, Brother Ostentatious, Sweetwater. Thank you for this presentation, and we are humbled by your presence. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Yes, indeed. Up next, we have Mike Melody and his presentation with native instruments and stems. Me and Mike have talked a lot about native instruments, and they are one of our sponsors. They have sponsored the DSA program. They have sponsored other programs for us, such as the J Dilla events that used to be at the Charles Wright Museum. So with that, we want to get into the stems portion of this presentation. And what really intrigued me of his knowledge base on stems, he's going to give you his presentation, and we'll go right to that. Thank you, Mr. Mike Melody. Oh, come on, sounds.
Hey, I'm Mike Melody. Welcome back to the STEM session. So what we're basically going to be talking about is what are stems. Stems are multi-track recording. With that being said, no other company is doing it except for Tractor. So when I say multi-track, you're going to get a track that has bass, it's going to have a melody, it's going to have vocals, and then it's also going to have drums. Now, with that being said, most of the music that you receive right now is stereo. So you can only manipulate it so far. But when you go into multi-track, you can actually manipulate everything. I'm going to be dealing with today the Z2, the F1, and the X1. All these things, if you put them all together, you have an S8. Now, S8 has everything built into it. It's the ultimate unit, but a lot of people don't have it. So I'm going to talk about what most people have is the Z2 and adding on separate units. So with that being said, let's get started. As we go into the diagram, you see I have this heart of mine is up in my left deck. That has 4 separate different controls. I have drums, I have bass, I have synths, and I have voice. With those things, when they run, if I run them all together, they're going to run as one song. But now what I can do, I can break down each individual tracks. So I'm going to run one and I'll let you know how it works. Let's go. I'm going to bring up the bass. If you look at your top screen, you can see where the volume control itself is turning. So I'm going to bring it back down, bring it back up. See what says drums? Okay. So what's going to happen now? We're going to sit here and listen to that bass. Now, what I'm going to bring up now, I'm going to bring the bass in. As you can see, on bass, where I'm turning, there's no sound. So we'll wait for the bass. There are synths that are running right now, so I'm going to bring the synths up. Now, if you sit down and you look at, you can see where my drums are running in this line. On the second line, on the F1, gives me my bass line. On my third line, it gives me my synth. And I can see those as I'm playing. Now, on my fourth line, which is my voice, nothing is playing because there's nothing being fed into it. So let me bring those back down for you. So now we've broken all the way down just to the drums. Now I'm gonna bring the bass. Now I'm gonna bring some synths back in. Now there are voices that are about to come up. As I can see now, this purple one telling me that voices are being said. So let's bring that up. So now I have all the instruments in. Now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna break this all the way down to the drums and the voice. That's just the drums and the voice. You can still see, I can still see that they're going, but I have the volume up. Let's bring the bass back in. That's the bass. Let's bring the synths back in. That's 4-track recording, 4 tracks. So let's break it down and go the other way. Voices. Drums. Bass. Now let's go with synths. Let's say I don't want the bass or the drums in. I can bring it all the way down. And bring each individual instrument in as I want when I want to play. Now, a lot of people saying, okay, this song is playing. How can I mix or go into something else? this will sync up. Now, I'm a sync guy. A lot of people want to argue about it, but I'm going to let you know right now, I'm a sync guy. And the reason I go with sync is because it allows me to spend my time creating and not mixing, okay? It takes a lot of time to sync things up. So you put your sync button on, you take your next song, which is set up to go in deck B, and we can just run this. Now what I'm doing, I'm running 2 decks here. So I can bring the drums out. I'm bringing in the second deck now. So now I got both decks running. That's both decks. Hear it? Let's bring the drums back in. So right now, I'm just kind of playing. Now this is still the So I broke everything out. That's multi-track recording. It allows you to totally manipulate the channel. Now each individual track, you can always add bass, treble, or effects on any track that you want. I'm not gonna go real deep into the stems because I really wanna have a sit-down session with everyone. So if you have any questions, you can always reach me at Spin Incorporated or Mike Melody on Facebook. Check it out, y'all. Now I'm gonna bring that same song back again. I'm playing 2 songs now, keep in mind. Now we're right back to the first song, the multi-track. And as you can see, your decks are totally set up. When you load this into the Tractor 8, it automatically sets that up. But if you're running a Z2 or you're running a F1, which is the modulars that go to the unit, it will then set it up on your deck only. But this allows you to see it physically so that you don't have to go to the screen and mouse it. So I have everything that I need right here. It tells me everything I need to know as far as information is concerned. I see my bass is running. bass. And just the bass alone. Remember, multi-track recording. Think what you can do. You can change that. Just that one instrument. I'm gonna bring the original bass back in. Bring some vocals. Full song. Here we go. So you can manipulate each and every track and do whatever you like. That's the making of stems. You can locate your stems on TrackSource, or you can also go to tractor.com, and they have a whole stem package absolutely free that you can download and you can play with it, figure it out. Like I said, if you have any questions, make sure you get with me through Spin Inc. Thanks a lot. See you next time.
Brother Mike.
Hey.
That was an excellent presentation. I'd like to know if you like to expound a little bit more on any of the concepts or the topics that you was talking about.
Mike Melody, welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. The biggest thing about it is that a lot of people don't understand that most records are recorded in 2-track. What Tractor's allowed us to do now is going to stems, which gives you multi-track. So you can manipulate the bass, the drums, the synth, and the vocals, and add all individual effects to each individual track. You can also mix it with another song. You can sync it up. So I mean, everything is just there, and Tractor's taking it to a whole new level, especially as far as DJing. And you can do all this live. You don't have to do it in pre-production. You can do it right as it's happening. And it's just phenomenal that where the technology is going. We couldn't do this 20 years ago. It was just totally unheard of. So having 4-track recording now in a live DJ set is just incredible.
Now, give me the examples of what you was talking about as far as the two components that you put together in comparison with the S8.
Well, if you're running the mixer, you have to go into, I think it's the D1, and the D1 will allow you to manipulate each individual track. Let me see if I can even kind of give you a glance here. It doesn't work. Sorry about that, guys. But it will allow you to have each individual track to where you can highlight each one. And this section here, or this section here on the S8 is actually your D1, which allows that. But with the S8, both of them are built right into your standalone mixer. So it allows you to manipulate whatever you want. You can add effects, you can add filters, you can add anything on it, but you need that D1 to manipulate it. Now, the X1 is basically your effects controls. Now, let me push this back up a little bit. Is actually your effects controls, okay? And also your transport system, which allows you to play, cue, sync, and all that other stuff. So those are the two extra components that we added to the Z1. I can't seem to hear you. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, good. Now, you were saying that in our conversations about these typical native instrument setups, it's not just for DJing, it's actually a production studio.
That's correct. Mostly your Serato is a good format to play music if you're a DJ. If you're doing a lot of the scratching and the mixing and the twisting, that's fantastic. But when you talk about going into Tractor's more live production. So it allows you to be able to do everything you need to do live.
And that's excellent, you know, because one thing about a DJ, as I was saying to some other presenters, we play a lot of other people's music.
Right.
And that doesn't really set you apart as a DJ. When you start playing your own music and breaking your own music, that's where you actually get the benefit of two hats.
Yeah.
I made my music, now I can play my music.
Right.
And the third hat, I get paid for my music.
Exactly.
Because I'm playing it and I can make myself more known than just playing somebody else's music and they're getting all the credits and the accolades, but yet and still, it's taking that DJ experience to a totally different level.
Yeah, exactly. While you're performing, you get a lot of ideas. You want to be creative. And now with Tractor products, you can do that. You can be creative instantly on the spot. You don't have to go back to the studio and pre-produce, rearrange. You can do it live. And that's the one thing I like about Tractor. And so with that being said, going into Tractor products, you do have a learning curve. There's a lot of different things that are happening. And so Tractor is not a unit that you can just pop down and plug and play and go for it. You just don't. So that's the thing about Tractor. Tractor takes a lot of time to learn. A lot of people are kind of scared of that, learning a whole new technology or learning different ways of manipulating and afraid to do it live. I mean, if you do it live, you mess up, you correct it, you keep moving. But the more you play with it, the more you mess up, the better you get. And so next thing, this becomes secondhand. It becomes natural to you to be able to change filters and manipulate different avenues and go in with 3 records or 4 records. You know, with the Tractor, you can do 4 at a time and you can sync them all up together. The S8 was designed, if you notice, it has no jog wheels at all. And the reason that was because this particular unit was designed for syncing. So when you start having turntables and you add CDJs, you now have to spend, some time to actually sync the records up and mix them to be able to have a great conducive sound without having, how they say, the horses, all in the neighborhood. But with the sync button, it allows you to sync everything right up from the first beat. You can either jump track or you can beat sync. Tempo sync or beat sync with the S8. And it's strictly, you can still add on turntables, you can still add on the S8, but I like to do the files. So I like to play around with the files and have them there. I go straight from my computer and go right into the unit. The thing that's good about the unit, I can actually close my computer. One of the things that I was talking about before, when you have the S8 is a complete unit within itself. One thing I don't like about it is the fact that you can't plug thumb drives directly into it. So you need to go off your hard drive, off of your computer. But here's the deal. If let's say we're out in the middle of a gig and all of a sudden my Tractor 8 just breaks down, boom, it's done. I can just convert to my computer and continue to party and keep going. So that's the one thing I like about it. Other units that are self-contained, if the unit breaks down, you're done. So having a standalone unit is great, and that's why I like Tractor.
Yeah, I've been using Tractor since 2011. And one of our first major sponsors was Native Instruments, and they sent a lot of equipment along with the software and some sound cards. And the sound card quality is excellent, and especially in the streaming environment. And Native Instruments, I know they had recognized that some of those tools that can be multi-purpose, such as a sound card, can really up your game in the streaming aspect, because of the pristine sound that you get as the person that's receiving the music over the internet or over the internet. So I've really found real good sound quality with that. Let me see. What other things that you have? Where can you get the stems from? And how can you purchase those?
Oh, you can purchase them through TrackSource. They have a column now that sells stems. Your average song is $1.40, $1.49, but your stems are going to be $2.49. Or you can go to Tractor, and Tractor has a whole set of stems that you can actually download for free. Some of them you can use, some of them you can't, but you got to go through them. And they're all 4-track, and it allows you to manipulate each and every one of them. all ready to go. You have to do nothing to just put it in your deck.
Now, are those stems, can those stems be used in other DAWs or other, say if I'm going to take those tracks into an Ableton, or I want to take those tracks into a Pro Tools or a Fruity Loops? Can you do that?
Only if your unit, your DAW is stem ready. Stem ready is a whole new technology. Now, I think, and I'm, don't correct me on this, but I think Pioneer is starting to use stems, and maybe Denton. I'm not for sure, but a lot of them are now grasping onto stems. Someone was telling me Virtual DJ is now have a little program that allows you to separate different songs and make a song a cappella. But if your unit is stem ready, it can take any stems that's being played.
And that really gives the song a totally new way to be creative. You can expand it, you can change it, and you can make it your own. And
make it your own.
Exactly.
And you can add. That's the good thing. I can take, if I put a stem in track A, I can take the bass and the vocals from A and mix it to 2 and put the melodic line and the drums from another song, or vice versa.
So you essentially remixing.
Remixing. Oh, you're
right.
Live. Instantly. And the thing about it, everything is in sync. So you don't have to worry about speeding up turntables or slowing them down to sync them up, because everything is in sync. And with the Tractor S8, you have 4 decks that you can do that on. So when you talk about having 4 separate decks, being able to manipulate, each deck is 4. So really what you're looking at on the S8, you're looking at really a 16-track mixing board.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, 16-track mixing board.
16-track mixing board.
16-track mixing board along with your regular master fader. So that's another 4. You understand? So that's the power that you get. So you have 4 individual. Let me kind of bend this down. You have 4 individual on each side. So that's 2 per side. So that's a total of 8. 8 on the other side. Then you still have your masters here.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So with that being said, just that alone allows you to manipulate different things all at one time.
And you can also hook up your turntables.
You can still hook up your turntables. You can hook up a set of turntables and a set of CDJs. All of that still can go with this mixer.
That is a total, complete workstation.
Total workstation.
Total workstation.
Total workstation.
And yes.
No, I was about to say Tractor 8 was designed, I think, in 2009.
Okay.
They haven't changed the design yet because it's still, as far as 2020, this unit is still up there. So there's really nothing to change. They have went to a Tractor 3, which changed the computer settings. That's about it. But physically, hardware, still the same, still operates, and I'll put it up against a lot of other things.
Well, Brother Mike Melody, I really appreciate you and your presentation and spending some time with us to talk about the technologies with Native Instruments. I'd like to give a big shout out to Native Instruments and for their equipment that they have donated to us in the years past. And we really like to have more content so we can provide our attendees with more information about Native Instruments' products. Thank you very much, Mike Melody, for your presentation.
Something else I like to add, if I can.
Yes.
I just want everybody to know I am not Tractor trained. Okay, everything that I'm talking about, I taught myself. I've been with Tractor since it was Native Instruments, when Stanton used to own it, and then I switched over to where it's at now with Tractor. So when you go back, everything that I've been dealing with the last 10 years has been actually learning on myself. And I have talked with people, some people from Tractor on different things. So I'm not an expert on this, but whatever knowledge that I have learned, I'm willing to share with anyone if you want to know. So if you want to get in touch with me, like I said, they can get in touch with you with me through Spinning, or they can go to Facebook and find me there and just pop some questions. I'm more than willing to help in any questions you might have about Tractor.
And I appreciate you saying that. We are not endorsed by Native Instruments as being paid to talk about this. It's just from your own personal experiences. Because the same thing, I'm self-taught in a way that I had to dig into it, make mistakes, figure things out. And that's why I wanted to create this platform so we don't have to be left in the dark.
Right.
You have a piece of equipment that you're only using 1/10 of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So that's why these type of programmings are important, to be able to expand the knowledge base, expand the learning base, share information, and grow. Knowledge is not knowledge unless you share it.
Exactly. Same way I feel.
Yes, indeed. Once again, I'd like to thank Native Instruments. I'd like to thank Charivari Detroit, Loft DJ School Chile, Spin Inc. And we're going to go into our next programming. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike Melody. Next up, we have merch music with the Black Love Deconstruct with Machina. We'll be right back. Thank you.
You know, sharpen each other's production skills and show each other how to become a better producer, more skilled, and you know, just being more creative. What I'm going to show you guys today is a track that I created on an album that I produced called Chop Suey with Chai's 3269, and the song is called Black Love. We also have a video for that on YouTube. You can subscribe to Mason Made Merch Music on all platforms, and Chise, which is spelled Chise 3269 on Instagram or Facebook, and Merch Music on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can find us on Spotify and all streaming platforms for that album Chop Suey. What we're going to get into today is choosing the sample. The sample that I choose was the Curtis Mayfield We the People Who Are Darker Than Blue. I'm going to play the sample a little bit. Then I'm going to load it up in this grid and show you how I chopped it. See how this is loaded into this group A. I'm going to mute everything here in the scenes but group A. I'm going to move this closer so you can see the beginning of the sample by Curtis Mayfield, and here it goes.
We people who are darker than blue, are we gonna stand around this town and let what others say come true?
What he was saying was pretty deep.
We're just good for nothing, they all figure. A boy's grown up shiftless jigger.
All throughout the world.
Now we can't hardly stand for that. Or is that really where it's at? We people who are darker than blue, this ain't no time for segregating. I'm talking about brown and yellow too. How yellow girl,
so you can get the gist of it.
You're just the surface of a dark deep well. If your mind could really see, you know your color is same as me. Pardon me, brother, as you stand in your glory. I know
Sorry
you're
about that.
mine.
All right. So we're going to go to the grid and show you how I came up with the sample chop. It's already recorded onto the grid. When you click onto the record tab here, as you can see, the song is already chopped. You go into edit window to the tab. You'll see the beginning of the song. And now we go to the editing window where this slice here was added. So once I put it on the grid, I normally put it on grid. They do have a split here and a detect. Most of the times I use grid. And if I want to slice it in fourths, it will sound like this. And as I go up to eighths on the grid, the length will shorten as you get to the highest length. And the highest length on this one is 62 pieces or slices in this slice window here. My software may be a little different from you guys. Since I've had Machine Micro when it first came out in 2011, I just never got away from the software, how it works, because the workflow is just a little different for me. When the second software came out, it was a little difficult for me, so it might be a little different on my screen than it is on you guys' screen, because I'm using the Machine 1 software where slicing becomes a little simplified. The operating system in that software is just a little difficult for me as far as the workflow. Okay, so it is coming in automatically at 83.2 BPMs, as you can see in this window here. When I go to the highest length of slicing here, you see the window becomes even skinnier. So by the time you play the sample, you load it, the beginning of it, and it begins to be more at the top of the pads, or the start of the sample at the most high, almost the middle part or the end part of the pads, instead of the sample starting in the beginning of this first pad. It'll start from here. As you move further into the way you chop it or place it on the grid in 30 seconds, or when you go to the top, just 1/4, it gives you a little bit more playing room. Okay, so there is an 8-bar loop that I chopped up, and I just made it as a bass line. Oh no, well not bass line, I'm sorry. It was the part of the hook or the chorus. We'll get to the bass line in a minute. But right here is how I applied it. I like the way the grid is, where the length is, and where it's coming in. Once I apply on this slice window here in fourths, I applied it, and once it's applied, the sample is loaded inside the pad, and it gives you a little bit more control of the sample depends on where in the sample you're finding that space or that room to chop up. I call it chopping it up. I chop it up. Or slice, which is in the software, it says slice. And you could also go to edit window where you can take that same slice or chop and you can slice it even more, have more control. Right? So I'm gonna go back to edit and undo. So I'm gonna play it one time and then I'm gonna play the portion of Black Love that is a part of the hook. That's the length of the sample that is loaded into the 16 pads. So instead of going the whole length of the 16 pads, excuse me, I choose the bottom 3 and the top 3. I'm gonna let that play. Then I'm gonna open up the window so you can see how it is highlighted on the grid as it plays. And you can also see it on the pads where it's highlighted. Let's go back. You can see it in the editing window. Slice window. Let's open it up. And in the record window tab. And on the grid on this tab at the top. Okay. So the next window or the next group, I loaded the drum track, loaded a few drums, drum kits, a few sounds from different drum kits, or you can load the whole kit inside this group. Like, okay, I like this. I can work with it, right? So as I progress, I'm going to add the snare, the hi-hats, and the whole drum kit inside the hook in group A. I'm going to move into group B where the drum kit is loaded. So that's the hook, you guys. And I also like with drums, I like to stack my drums. Sometimes I might stack the snare, give the snare a little bit more snap, more crispiness. And you can add whatever kit you want in this group. I normally just add a drum kit, or I get some other waves, because and as you know, in Machine they only take waves inside the program. in the software. As far as I know, as far as I went, MP3s do not load up. The waves do. So if you got some drums, some drum kits from crazy places, wherever you got them from, because I know a few people that have some really dope drum kits. So that's the drums. I'm gonna give that a little stop, and we're gonna go to the next phase of the sample. Well, also, if you wanted to add on your drums, if you have filled up the group with your drum kit and you don't have space, just go to another one. I went to E. D and C is not used, so we have those two muted. Because as you can see across the scenes here, as I open up at the top, as you can see it's spreading. That's the scenes. That's how I create songs where the length of the drum track or the master track is at 8 bars per loop. So that gives me 8 bars for a hook or a chorus, and then 16 bars for the verse. So I can make a distinction between the changes of the song where you know distinctively that that is the hook, and then it has like what you will call a drop into what will give the music, the produced song, some breathing room, so that you can hear the artists perform their songs. Some tracks are not done like that. You know, some tracks are just, you know, go, 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 and you don't hear any changes in it. But there are some that, you know, that are structured where there's an 8-bar loop for a hook, or 4 or 12, and then a 16-bar verse, and right back into the 8-bar hook. Okay, let's go to this window here. I also added some tamarines and a sweep cymbal, kind of sweeping sound effect. And since F is not used, we're gonna, well, F is used, so we go to F. Let's see what's going on with F. Okay, that's another piece of what he is expressing inside the sample. It's just one piece where it's already on the grid and it accents the hook. Let's go to group G. Let's see what we did here. Let's play that solo so we can get an idea. Ah, the bass line. Ha. I'm glad we got there, so I can show you how to use the sample itself to create a bass line. Dope. Okay. All right, so that's, go back to shift and pad. So what I've done in this group, in group G, even though I loaded some of the same sounds in this group with that sample, but I used the first sound as a bass line. So I didn't go to group, which you can see here, because if you go to group and you add different effects like a filter, it'll filter the whole group, or if you put any of these filters or effects in this group, the whole group will sound like that. So I just went to the sound. I'm going to progressively take the filter that I loaded inside the sound from this tab. I'm going to gradually increase the cut or the hertz of this sample. Increase the frequency on it, so you can hear when you load a sample into a group. You can manipulate each sound in that group. Let's increase the cut. I mean, let's go backwards. That increase, let's take out frequency. And as you can hear, it's more of a muffled sound. The mids and the highs are eliminated. Are eliminated from the sound. So that's the bass line. So let's start from the top. I'm gonna add group A and group B, group E, group F, group G, and we're gonna play a little bit. Okay. This last grid here, this last group, I'm sorry, group H, I'm gonna add some more stuff.
We people who are darker than blue.
So we're gonna get his voice. So inside the sample, I'm gonna open it up. Let's see what, shift pad. Let's take shift pad out.
We people who are darker than blue. We people.
Okay.
We people. We people. We people.
I'm gonna open it up here. Let's shrink that down just a little bit more so we can see.
We who are we people who are darker than blue.
So we can see where it's
who are darker than
chopped
blue.
at.
Who are darker than blue. We people who are darker. We people who are darker than blue. We people who are darker than blue.
All right, so let's play it again.
We people.
This is the hook.
Who are darker than blue. We people who are darker than blue.
And to give you an idea of what I'm saying about changing between the song, I'm gonna let the song play a little bit so you can get a understanding. Now, if y'all want to hear the song, I'll play the song called Black Love. Charge 3269 on Chop Suey. You can find us on all platforms. And Chop Suey is spelled CHOPPEDSUIE. And you can find us on Tidal, Spotify. That's not the one. But that was another one of our songs that we did create in 2018 on Chop Suey. We were nominated in 2 different award shows, the Underground Hip Hop Awards and the Detroit Music Awards, respectfully. We got a lot of great views from our peers and fans. Thank you to the fans who purchased Chop Suey online and came to the shows and really gave us the support. Salute to you. So let's get into Black Love, the song from Chop Suey, produced by myself, Merch Music, Charge 3269. Check it out.
This is system and all the stereotypes.
Let's bring it back.
We people.
It's for my people right here. Black is beautiful. From hood to hood, ghetto to ghetto, suburb to suburb. Feel me?
It's for my people right here. This is my letter to society, coming straight from the streets. Put this poetry in motion on a Jay-Z type beat. Tired of the criticism and all the stereotypes. Talking about what everybody from the hood be like. Hey look, everything ain't always what it seems. You mean to tell me because I'm from the hood that make me have ghetto dreams? Wanna slang crack and throw my life away. Cops killed the innocent and still got away. Man, that's wicked like a stage play. And still to this day, the search for justice feel like we looking in the wrong place. Now take a look at my face, you see the pain. Only in the hood they blame us for everything. If you don't stand for nothing, you fall for anything. But every time we take a stand, they put us down for all means. Said I be there by 18, but I'm still here. Repping for my people with my fist in the air. It's Black Love, y'all. It's Black Love, y'all.
I got nothing but love for you.
It's Black Love, y'all.
I got nothing but love for you.
It's Black Love, y'all. They try to take away the hope that we give to ourselves. Wish upon us nothing but violence and bad health. Not everybody in the hood strapped like seatbelts. Instead of passing judgment, how about they try to help? Just make this world a better place. But it seems like it's only a better place if you was born with a certain face. I set the record straight. We ain't all getting shot. Kids are being raised by their moms and their pops. Home of beautiful women and not young thoughts. Boys turning to me and being raised on that block. I can't breathe, but they didn't care. Was it cause he from the hood? This shit ain't fair. If you don't stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. But every time we take a stand, they put us down by any means. Said I'll be there by 18, but I'm still here. Rapping for my people with my fist in the air. It's Black Love, y'all. It's Black Love, y'all.
I got nothing but love for you.
It's Black Love, y'all.
I got nothing but love for you.
It's Black Love, y'all.
I got nothing but love for you. If they only knew.
We identify ourselves with the gospel.
If they only knew.
We're part of the majority, and you have to know this to understand. We don't think
Music.
Merchants.
Music. I'm this type of style when I choose it.
You tell me I'm coming. Tell me I'm fucking coming.
I'm gonna bring.
Yo, welcome back. This is Merch Music. That's the art of sampling right there. This is what I'm going to be teaching you today or showing you today because we can all teach each other. I've learned from a lot of producers that I hang out with and I've been knowing for quite some time. where we kind of, sharpen each other's.
Black is beautiful. From hood to hood, ghetto to ghetto, suburb to suburb.
For my people right here. This is my letter to society, coming straight from the streets. Put this poetry in motion on a Jay-Z type beat. Tired of the criticism and all the stereotypes. Talking about what everybody from the hood be like. Hey look, everything ain't always what it seems. You mean to tell me because I'm from the hood that make me have ghetto dreams? Wanna slang crack and throw my life away. Cops killed the innocent and still got away. Man, that's wicked like a stage play. And still to this day, the search for justice feel like we looking in the wrong place. Now take a look at my face, you see the pain. Only in the hood they blame us for everything. If you don't stand for nothing, you fall for anything. But every time we take a stand, they put us down for all means. Said I was there at 18, but I'm still here. Repping for my people with my fist in the air. It's black love, y'all. It's black love, y'all. I got nothing but love, right? It's black love, y'all. I got nothing but love, right? It's black love, y'all. They try to take away the hope that we give to ourselves. Wish upon us nothing but violence and bad health. Not everybody in the hood strapped like seatbelts. Instead of passing judgment, how about they try to help? Just make this world a better place. But it seems like it's only a better place if you was born with a certain face. I set the record straight. We ain't all getting shot. Kids are being raised by their moms and their pops. Home of beautiful women and not young thoughts. Boys turning to me and being raised on that block. I can't breathe, but they didn't care. Was it cause he from the hood? This shit ain't fair. If you don't stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. But every time we take a stand, they put us down by any means. Said I'll be dead by 18, but I'm still here. Rapping for my people with my fist in the air. It's black love, y'all. It's black love, y'all. I got nothing but love, right? It's black love, y'all. I got nothing but love, right? It's black love, y'all. I got nothing but love, right? If they only knew. We identify ourselves with the gospel. If they only knew. You're part of the majority, and you have to know this to understand us. We don't think any odds are against us. We don't fight a battle like the odds are against us. And the whole darn world today is in unity.
We right back at you. That was the brother Merch Music and his project Black Love with Chise 3269.
That's right.
And that was done in 2018 and is still relative today. The same images that he was depicting back in 2018 is depicted today. And that's why I picked him to do this project, because it is relevant. So thank you, Merch Music. You can find Merch Music on SoundCloud.
Man, thank you for having me, man.
His social platforms. And, support the brother.
I'll tell you.
Next up, we have our next segment, and we have a former presenter that's been with us since the beginnings, the DMAC. First, I'd like to give my thanks to Spin Inc. I'd like to give my thanks to Charivari Detroit and Loft DJ for helping with these presentations. Mr. Mike Fotis is the audio rescue team. He works with Paxahau. He is the power behind the sound. He gives dynamic presentations about how DJs can stay out of the red and quit blowing equipment up and have a good presentation. So from what I hear, Mr. Fotis, is this the laundry room?
Yes. Hello to everybody out there. Hello, Ron. Thanks for the auspicious introduction.
Yes.
Just real briefly, we are coming to you today from Laundry Room Studios, Studio A here at Laundry Room Studios, because it's in my laundry room. And the significance of that is my producer, my son, and I have been doing non-electronic musical programming here on a weekly and weekend basis since, I believe, the end of February. So we are here in my studio, and I've got a few things set up so that as we move through my presentation, I can give some examples in the end of some of the things that we're talking about. So if that's okay, I'm going to get right into it here. And I'm going to start with my PowerPoint presentation as soon as George gets it queued up for me here. And this is a presentation, just a short presentation that I prepared in 2019 that I did live at Submerge for the Detroit Electronic Music Conference in conjunction with Spin Inc. And once again, I just want to thank both organizations for inviting me to do this again. You know, just briefly, all of the knowledge that I have garnered over the years through electronic music in the city of Detroit, giving me my career, it brings me great joy to have the honor to present this knowledge to you in a fashion that can help anybody that plays pre-recorded music or plays their beats that they made themselves, or even live musicians can take this information, and use it, whether it be during current times during a webcast or you're playing out live, and whether it's on a small sound system, speakers on sticks, or all the way up to a large format arrayed system. I'm going to give you some tools to use that you can pull out that are very useful no matter what you're doing. So let's get right into it. To sound basics and how to get the best out of any system. I'm going to start with just a really brief history of where my experience and knowledge comes from for those of you who do not know me. I have 33 years experience now in all aspects of production. I started out in 1982 with my mobile DJ company, Elite Sound Mobile DJs. I also worked for JRW Generations, which is a power company. We did electrical support for concert tours and large trade shows. I was the second electrician in charge with that company for 6 years. I was also the assistant supervisor in the trade show electric department at the Florida State Fairgrounds, which is a 300-acre indoor and outdoor exhibition space. The largest RV show and sale goes on at that site. 15,000 electrical connections from utility to end user. And also the third largest state fair in the United States, the Florida State Fair. I was a fabrication manager and site coordinator for Thunder Audio, which is a local company that's a worldwide touring and festival sound company. Next slide, George. Production manager, of course, for Paxahau and Movement, responsible for all of the tech for the entire festival. Since Paxahau has had the festival, that would be sound, lighting, staging, structures, backline, etc. And for 5 years now, I've been doing the same job for the Detroit Jazz Festival here at home, which we all know is the largest free outdoor jazz festival in the world. Of course, you know that I'm president of Audio Rescue Team. We're a boutique sound and production company here in Detroit, providing top-level service and gear, both locally and regionally. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Detroit Sound Conservancy, which is a nonprofit here in Detroit. A couple of certifications that I have. I'm factory certified on all tactical audio product, factory certified on L-Acoustics sound equipment, and also I'm a factory authorized specialist with Void Acoustics. Just one final note, I do have a part-time teaching job. I teach at the Production Academy in Chicago. A lot of the subjects that we're going to talk about right now, I teach those. So moving forward, what we're going to talk about mainly here is getting into some fairly technical things, and I'm going to try to explain them in layman's terms, but most importantly, give you the tools out of those explanations that you can use in the real world out there when you're either producing music or performing music, whether it be for a webcast or a live stream. We're going to talk about the difference between AC and DC in relation to distortion when we're talking about the electrical signal. That would be in relation to how the signal flows from component to component, and how we look at the differences between what a clipped signal is, which is DC or a distorted signal, and what an AC signal is, which would be a clean signal. We're going to talk about the difference between volume and gain structure. And then we're also going to be talking about headroom in relation to the noise floor, equalization, and just briefly, since there are a ton of us out there still using turntables with actual records and not coated vinyl, the consequences and how to deal with acoustic feedback with those devices. Here's a really cool chart that makes it very simple to see visually in a simple fashion what the difference is between the type of signals that we're dealing with and what we're talking about in AC versus DC. So alternating being a signal that alternates to its crest and to its peak between 0. I wish I could point at this now, but I can't, so you have to bear with me. That would be in the top left-hand corner of your screen there, where it shows the amplitude against the sine wave. That would be a pure sine wave. To the right of that is an example of what a complex wave is, which is a lot closer to what the signal is going to look like in real time. If you took one of your favorite tracks or a track that you produced and looked at it on an oscilloscope, that would be what it would look like. As we get closer to an actual clipped signal, we're looking at the chart on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, and that is a triangular wave, which is what the signal looks like when it's almost on its way to clip. And then when we get to the final chart on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is a really good example of what a clipped square wave look like. And basically, if you imagine the chart on the top left-hand side of your screen in this diagram, when you go past headroom, the available headroom, which is what we're going to look at right now, basically what happens is the sine wave gets chopped off on the top and the bottom, and that's what gives us a square wave, which is a clipped signal. Next slide, George, please. So here is an expanded version, a diagram that I drew out in PDF to make it look very simple. And again, all of this is in very simplistic terms to make it easier for you to understand. If we look at the top diagram in the chart, that is close to what a complex sine wave looks like when we're playing a track or a drum beat or what have you through into an oscilloscope. This is would be like a snapshot of what that would look like. And then again, the bottom part of the diagram is an example of what that same signal will look like in snapshot form when we exceed the headroom of the system that we're working with, and it chops off the bottom and the top of the signal and gives you that clipped signal. Go ahead, George. So on the way to explaining how to avoid this, we need to understand what the difference between volume and gain, or gain and level, which is the same as volume, what those things are. So an easy way to remember this is that gain and volume are very similar concepts, but the difference is very important to your mix. Volume is how loud the output of the channel or amplifier is. It controls the loudness, not the tone. Gain is how loud the input of the channel or amplifier is. There's a big difference there. And what I'm going to show you when we do our little lab explanation here, and when I get the whiteboard out in a minute to go over everything that's in this very short presentation, is the gain is going to have a lot more effect on everything in your mix in regards to it being balanced with all of the gains in your gain structure than the volume is. The volume is a representation of the cumulative effect of gain, EQ, which is also a gain stage, and any effects that you may have on top of that before it goes to summing, and whether that's in a multiple input console that you're using for recording and production, or a small 4, 6, or 8 DJ console that you're using to play pre-recorded music live. So we'll talk about that some more in a minute. Gain structure now is the concept that at each connection between components in the system, the signal level is as high as it can be to minimize the noise, but no higher than the maximum level that either component allows. So there is no distortion due to overload. And if you look at the chart here, it's basically a representation of electric gain in any circuit that you might be dealing with. And when we speak of components in this paragraph, you have to put your mindset into the idea that components can mean the individual components within the mixing console that you're using, or the individual components that are in between whatever your playback source is: drum machine, CD player, turntable, cassette deck, microphone, guitar, drum mic, whatever it is, and the end result, which is the amplifier that's pushing the acoustic speaker, or the preamp that is pushing your multi-channel DAW going into your recording device, or going into Ableton, or going into a 24-track tape machine, or a 16-track ADAC machine, whatever the end result is, what this means is thinking about balancing out all of those gain stages so that you have the maximum signal with a minimum amount of noise in each stage, rather than having one gauge stage up here, one down here, one down here, one down here, which can add noise and lower your signal to noise ratio and also change the actual character of your mix. So that's what this paragraph means. Next slide, George. Here is a chart that I found online last year that gives you a really awesome, simplistic understanding of what headroom is. And I'm going to explain it to you right now in relation to this chart so that you get a really good grip on this, because managing the amount of headroom that you have with all of your gain stages is what is going to make you sound better than everybody else out there. Before you touch an EQ, before you touch an effect processor, before you touch any fancy toys, managing your gain structure so that you're managing your headroom correctly is always going to make you sound 10 times better than everybody else who's not doing this. So let's look at it this way. If this space in between my fingers right here is the maximum headroom between the noise floor and the maximum headroom that you have in the sound system, and we're going to speak of a sound system now rather than a recording device of some type. The first thing that we have to figure in is the noise floor. What the noise floor is the ambient noise in the room, or the ambient noise that is in the listening area. What this means is you're at a festival. There's a large sound system set up. Let's say it's a very large listening area that you're in. The noise of people talking, the noise of people shuffling around, the ambient noise of the food vendors and the other stages going on in the background. If you're indoors in a nightclub, the air conditioning unit running, the people milling around in the club, the noise of sales of whatever, booze, food, whatever it may be going on, all that adds up to a value. That has already eaten up whatever that value is in the amount of headroom in the sound system acoustically. So now you have between here and here, which would be the first black line above the gray, which is the noise floor, and unity gain, which is the normal amount of headroom or limit in that system. The distance in between those is your signal to noise ratio, okay? And what we're trying to do is balance all of our gain stages so that we're living somewhere at that mark between unity and maximum headroom. Here's an example that I'm sure that a lot of you are aware of. Let's say that there's a DJ on before you and you're waiting for your turn to go on. And said DJ has the DJ mixer rammed all the way up into whatever the maximum headroom is. Okay, there's no place for you to go at that point. When you get in this type of a situation, the best thing to do is to go into the DJ booth, turn the DJ monitor all the way down, and bring all of your gains back down below whatever unity gain is on the mixer, right? So that everybody's ears in the venue have a chance to breathe, and that you get back down to a zero reference so that when you start your set, you're starting in a unity gain scenario, which is the second black mark on this chart just below the headroom mark, and gives you that space to work with as you move through into your set, moving forward with that. You will find that just taking the volume down and balancing everything out, that being the EQs, the gain on each channel, any master EQ that's been engaged at that point, and taking the first couple of tracks to settle into that point will do wonders for your set. Just as a side note, understanding that, especially in a nightclub environment when you're indoors, there's a scenario that goes on with our human hearing system as a system, which it is an electrical mechanical system. We have our eardrums that move and create an electrical signal that triggers certain responses in our brain. That electrical mechanical system can only handle so much pressure over a certain period of time. And there's a little muscle inside there that once that's been exceeded over a certain period of time, it'll clamp down against the mechanical part of your hearing and cause something called ear fatigue, okay? And no matter any amount of physical acoustical headroom, once everybody in the dance space has reached that point of ear fatigue, once that point is reached, the only thing that can alleviate that is to get out of that threshold for a little while, to get everybody's ears to relax a little bit, And that is also what this practice will do. You know, anytime I work with young people that are coming up and starting to play out live in clubs or going on and doing webcast or whatever it is that they have, even in a webcast scenario, when you're dealing with DJ monitors and the person before you being a bit irresponsible and having it sort of cranked all the way up, if you will, the best practice is always going to be to turn it down. And I've said it every year that I make a presentation. You know, walk into a situation like that, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to immediately have the respect of the technical staff. Like, I can't stress that enough. In my entire 38-year career doing sound, when I have somebody that walks into the DJ booth to this day and reaches for the gains and turns them all down 3 dB, I understand that that person understands exactly what's going on and what the real goal is, which is to give the patrons the best possible experience through the way that they're operating the mixer. So this chart, when you have some free time of your own, if you take this chart and you use Magic Google and Google the terms that are in this chart and how they relate to each other, I feel that this can be very valuable for you to use it to brush up on what I'm talking about, so that whether you're going into a situation where you have a limited amount of headroom going to a webcast, or you have a limited amount of headroom because of the way that you're recording things. Of course, when we're recording, we're always looking to manage headroom because it is a very finite amount. And in order for the mix to sound wide, open, and clean, we want to make sure that we're managing the headroom on each channel as well as the summed group of all of the channels going to the final mix. Here you go. So let's talk about equalizers and equalization. The most important thing to remember, whether you're using an equalizer as the main final EQ on a final mix, or you're using an equalizer on the channel of a mixing console for an individual input for a live mix or a recording that you're doing, or you're using the EQ the EQ knobs that are on the individual channels. It doesn't matter which mixer you're using, whether it's a Pioneer, Allen and Heath, whatever it may be. There's usually a 3 or 4 band EQ on each channel. This is just a picture of of a very famous EQ that you might run into. Next slide, George. Here's another one here. This is a rotary graphic that was made by White Systems in the 80s. That's still super popular with some sound installers out there. Carry on. This is probably what you're most familiar with right here. This is a overhead PDF shot of something that I think we're all familiar with. It's a Pioneer DJM 900. And I just want to impress upon you, take a moment to impress upon you, and we're going to do it in the lab section here at the end in real time so that I can show you. You have to understand that the equalizer, though it changes the tone, each frequency band on that equalizer is actually a gain stage. There's a set frequency in the middle with a shelf on both sides, and when you raise the level of that, it takes that set frequency and raises it in the available headroom, and when you turn it to the minus, it lowers it in the available headroom. So if you think about that when you're using it, it's important to know that when you're boosting something, you're also boosting the overall gain of the channel. And I'm going to show you very quickly in my demonstration here at the end of my prezo the importance of that and how it not only affects the overall level of the mix, but depending on how you use the EQ, besides the actual frequency band, overall, it can change the tonality and the character of your entire mix outside of the set center frequencies. Go ahead, George. Just to speak a little bit now, since I know that there are a lot of peeps out there that are still using actual acoustic vinyl on turntables, just wanted to touch on this subject real briefly. We all have dealt with acoustic feedback when it comes with turntables. And speaking in very layman's terms, you walk up to the decks, you put a record on, you set the needle in the groove, and when you ram the channel fader up, you're getting low frequency hum. Actually, if it's a very large sound system in a small acoustic space, we get, especially with Technics 1200 series turntables, we get acoustic feedback all the way up into the mid band around 315, 400 hertz. That is because a phono cartridge, which we've all used ones like these. If you imagine the needle in this phono cartridge being exactly like the diaphragm of a microphone. The diaphragm is connected to a coil. When someone speaks or plays an instrument into the diaphragm, The diaphragm moves the coil, and that creates an inverting and non-inverting side of a signal that is then amplified by the gain stages in your mixer. Phono cartridge is exactly the same. It's an acoustic device, so to speak. The needle has a section of wire that is attached to a coil, and when the needle vibrates to the left and to the right or up and down, it moves that coil inside a magnetic field, and that is what creates the inverting and non-inverting signal, the plus and minus, that is then fed into a phono preamp and then subsequently amplified depending on what the mixer and sound system situation is. If you remember this, what is we call the Larsen effect, feedback, it's a positive loop gain that occurs when the acoustic signal of the input is closely related to the output to the point and then amplified. So just like when you're standing in front of a microphone and the speakers are quote unquote gained up too loud, we get that humming or squealing effect. The same exact science is behind why a phono cartridge will feedback in a sound system in your monitors for a webcast, which would be horrible if you let that happen, and also in a large sound system playing in a nightclub or at a festival or even at a wedding or a small party or whatever it is that you're doing, and understanding how to manage your gain structure so that you get the maximum signal. You're in that signal to noise ratio spot, the sweet spot that you need to be, without overdoing it and causing acoustic feedback. If you use the techniques of balancing out all of your gain stages before you reach for that equalizer, you're going to find that you're going to get more level and quality sound out of your phonograph before you even touch EQ, if you always are looking at your gain structure. Go ahead, George. Okay, before we get to my demonstration on this DJM 900 Nexus 2 that I have set up here, let's talk about different types of speaker systems that you might run into. There are basically two main types of actual speakers that are out there. Many manufacturers and brands and model numbers and what have you. This is a very simple chart that explains what the difference between these speakers are. This is what would be a point source system. And basically, it gives you a lot of control in the vertical, but not so much control in the horizontal plane. Go to the next slide, George. This is an example of a line array system where we have more control in both planes due to the way that it works. Don't change it yet, George. If you think of, can you go back one, please? If you think of a flashlight beam, okay, and the coverage pattern of a speaker being in the shape of a flashlight beam, a point source system has a certain amount of degrees in the horizontal plane that it projects in, and a very narrow amount of degrees that it points in the vertical plane. So when we want to get coverage from left to right, we add speakers in the horizontal plane, and when we want to get coverage in the vertical plane, we go up and down with stacks of either ground stack speakers or flown speakers. We'll get to the differences in the pluses and the minuses of both in a minute. Go ahead on to the next slide. This, which I'm sure that you've all seen, is a more modern representation of what we see out there in large format sound systems. This is what would be called a line array system. And as you see in the chart, what we're managing with a line array system a bit better than a point source rig is we can control the amount of energy more precisely that is going in the far field, the near field, and the midfield. That is why you have seen this deployed in so many venues since probably the early 90s when this technology first became prevalent. It was originally patented by engineers at L Acoustics in France. And basically, if you imagine that flashlight beam and you turn it sideways into this plane, now what we can do by varying the amount of degrees, whether we're compressed or non-compressed in the distance in between the boxes, as you can see from the side, it allows us to take that energy and focus more in the far field, a little bit less in the midfield, and much less in the near field, so that no matter whether you're walking front to back, left to right, we get the same amount of energy in the entire listening space. So that's the difference between those two. Here are some pictures that, go ahead, George, that show how the coupling works and the difference between point source versus line array. And as you can see with the line array, it's multi-point sound on one axis where with a point source system, it's on 2 axes. So my recommendation to you is I just wanted to show you the differences between the 2 types of systems so that when you walk up on them at a gig, when you're playing on them, you understand what it is that you're working with. Also, when you're submitted, when you're submitted technical information about a rig that you're, technical information about a rig that you're working on, you know the difference between the systems. Answer it, talk to him. Moving forward onto the next slide. This is a representation of a ground stack point source rig. This is typically what you'll see in a point source system that's in a club. One of the nightclubs that has a system like this is the Majestic. Upstairs at the Magic Stick, they have a system that's not too much unlike this one. This is the EAW KF850 rig used around the world for many years. Moving on to the next. This is a flown point source system. Same type of system, but flown in a stadium array type application. We're going to move on to the next slide. This is a ground stacked version of what a line array system might look like, and many of you might have seen this out there in different events and at different gigs. Many manufacturers put this out. It can be deployed as a monitor system or deployed as a main system. Next slide. And this would be what a flown line array system looks like. Just an example of something that you might see out there. All right, next slide, George. And right here, based upon the first couple of drawings that I showed you that show how the energy is spread out and the difference between a line array and a point source system, this is just a PDF of a prediction that was done on a room, and it just shows how the energy is evenly dispersed in the room when we're using a line array system. So, moving forward, we're going to move over to camera 2 now and take a look at our little lab that we have set up here. And yeah, George has got it going on here. We're going to move. Here's our camera now. What I have here is a DJM 900 Nexus 2, which is the latest version of the DJM 900. And what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to play a known track that we all know into this mixer, and I'm going to show you how to balance your gain out the proper way. So we're going to roll the track here. Okay, so the first thing that I'm doing, and I don't have my headphones on, but normally what we would do, the first thing that we would do while the track that is playing is still playing before we get a mix, we would make sure that all of our EQs are flat to start out. And we would listen to this track in the headphones and bring our gain all the way up to unity, which on this particular mixer happens to be about the 3rd yellow light right there. Now we're bouncing the 3rd yellow light. We've got unity gain going on, and we're going to bring our track in. So now, as you can see, this is what it looks like when it's properly balanced out. If you notice, we're hitting the +3 mark here. We're just tapping the +3 mark here, and we're just tapping the +3 mark here. Now, we're going to speak about what happens when we overuse EQ. Some of us may have walked up to the DJ board before, and we've seen this. Right? With this turned down a bit, maybe. Okay? So let's take note at where the input is and where the output is. And what I want to help you understand here is by we can get the same amount of output going into the sound system without all of these obtuse things that we have going on here on the mixing console. Please observe. We'll take this down to here. Take this down to here like this. Okay, so please notice, same amount of output, but our input gain, popping +3. Our EQs are level, and we're popping +3, +6 on the master. This technique every time, I know it seems like a simple technique, but this technique every time is going to give you the very best sound quality that you could possibly can get. All right? Okay, put me on the main camera. Okay. So, this is what I have for you this afternoon. I'm unaware if we're going to be opening up the field to any questions at all, but I just want to relate to everybody that I have an open door policy when it comes to me being available to answer anybody's technical questions in regards to a full performance that they might have coming up, or a recording that they're working on, or any project that you want some help with and understanding how you can make sure that you get the very best sound that you possibly can. Please feel free to contact me. You can reach me through my company Facebook page. It's Audio Rescue Team on Facebook. The general email box there is audio.rescueteam@gmail.com. And you can also reach me personally at mfotis@audiorescueteam.net. With that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Ron. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to shed some light on some important topics. I hope that I have done that today. And I just want to wish all of the presenters and performers that will be carrying on through the weekend that they have a great show and a great presentation. We do love you all so very much, Detroit. Thank you.
Mr. Fotis, I always enjoy your presentations. Your presentations is another aspect of what Spin Inc. wants to portray, which is the STEAM aspect, the science, the technology, the engineering, the arts, math, and music, because the presentation that you have just presented dealt with a lot of physics, a lot of science, and this is something that children should be able to have access to learn. I thank you, Mr. Fotis, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, everybody. Hey, congratulations to Spin Inc., the DMAC, and Shaivari 2020. Have a great remainder of your weekend.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Fotis. Yes, indeed. This is DJ Jungle 313. We have a couple of more installations. We have some exciting installations coming up for the remainder of the day. Thank you. If you enjoy this type of programming, please go to our website, spinincdetroit.com. We have a donation button. You can also find a donation button on our social platforms, Spin Inc. and DMAC on Facebook. I'd like to give a special shout out to Sharivar Detroit, which is going to have a phenomenal weekend this weekend, and also Loft DJ. DJ Was is the founder of Loft DJ School in Chile, in Santiago. He is present with us today. Thank you. And we'd like to give some shout outs to our sponsors. We just had Sweetwater with Austin Moss, and we also have a host of other presenters that's going to be tomorrow by some different manufacturers, such as Reloop. We also have stuff that's going to be presented tonight for Model 1, the Zone, Allen Heath products. So we like to give a big shout out to AMS and Jamie. So now we're going to go into our next segment. We have Sacramento Knox that is going to give a presentation with Machina. Thank you very much.
So this is the one I'm gonna be using. That's the sample set I'm gonna be using. Use this one, I'm gonna turn it down, maybe pick it down an octave. When I take it down an octave, it gets a different tone, and then when I take it up an octave. I'm gonna be using the machine today. It's the MK3 model. It's got a touchpad. So this is the one I'm gonna be using. That's the sample set I'm gonna be using. Use this one, I'm gonna turn it down, maybe pick it down an octave. When I take it down an octave, it gets a different tone, and then when I take it up an octave. I'm gonna be using the machine today. It's the MK3 model. It's got a touchpad.
Now Before crack hit this neighborhood, this was a beautiful neighborhood. Pre-1980, this was a beautiful neighborhood. After the 1980s, you know, with crack coming in, it really tore up my neighborhood. Now, where I'm standing is where my house used to be at. I was born and raised here in 1970, as I said. My grandparents raised me. I was raised by a single mother. My mom's name is Miss Phillips, Roberta Phillips, and that's why I fell in love with music. Now, there was a sister that stayed over here that played the piano, and this neighborhood was filled with beautiful music. Her name was Simone, and she used to play at about 1 o'clock every day, practicing. And this neighborhood, the vibe she set for this neighborhood was outstanding, and the way she played the piano was very beautiful. It's almost like a soundtrack to this neighborhood. Now, over this area over here is where I got introduced to turntables. My cousin Handheld, he had brought some turntables home from Germany. After he got hurt in Beirut, they shipped his stuff back, and he brought back some Technique 1200s, a mixer, and he had Detroit vinyl. A lot of good music back then. That's where my love of DJing and my love for music started in this neighborhood here. Now, the reason why I started the nonprofit Spin Inc. is because I lost a lot of friends in this neighborhood. I lost about 13 people by the time I was about 30. I probably lost about 10 to 15 people in this neighborhood that grew up with me. And I wanted to start a program to help children stay out of situations like that. And then they can also learn the benefits of playing different types of music that is not negative to the community, because this is what happens to the community. When you allow destructive behaviors, destructive music without responsibility to exist in your neighborhood, this is what happens. This is the aftermath. And the families and the children are casualties. Matter of fact, to tell you a story, Mark Murray, may he rest in heaven, may he rest in peace. 1985, you know, they found him in Pontiac murdered, selling crack in Pontiac, and someone killed him and threw him in a garbage can. He was 15 years old. That was my first friend that ever got murdered that I knew related to drugs. So in that, as I was saying, Spin Inc. is born to help save children from those conclusions or end results of wanting to be in the streets or deal with street life. This is the result of street life. Now, to help a program like this, we would love for you to donate, to keep children safe, by giving them programming. If a child doesn't have a programming, he is left to his own whims, and they may get in trouble. So please, if you feel like donating, if you feel like this is a worthy project, please donate. So children that live in areas like this, in which I grew up in, but it was beautiful during the time that I grew up, but this is the end result, help us create different types of programs which can actually save our children. So it's important to give them access, to give them the software and tools to be able to transform this into something different.
This is the one I'm going to be using. That's the sample set I'm going to be using. I'll use this one, I'm going to turn it down, maybe pick it down an octave. When I take it down an octave, it gets a different tone, and when I take it up an octave. I'm going to be using the machine today. It's the MK3 model. It's got a touchpad, and it's the latest one from Machine, Native Instruments. So I'm going to use this one to cut and sequence and record a few things inside of it. So that's what I'm going to do. Alright, so like a lot of the processes, like this one, you know, I'll bring it through a record or through the iPhone, you know, to record in the interface back here, because that's what's really useful about this machine is you can record your samples directly in it because there's an interface in the back. I have this interface too, but that's a good piece to use back there. So, you know, I record the sound in there. I have this sample called, or this track called White Fire. It's by Takua Yamatsu, and it's just, it's like this Japanese funk stuff. So, but what I did was I already spent the time to go through it, so we're not going to spend time to go through it. We're just going to go through a piece I got in the back to chop. So this is the whole thing right here in the back. So I got that last piece, it's like at the tail end of it, so there's always interesting stuff at the tail end, like with any sample. So this piece, I took pieces that I might use, so it was just that whole phrase, this whole phrase. Yeah, so it's that whole phrase. And what I do with that phrase, what I'm gonna introduce to show today is like the way you can make samples melodic. Like thinking about it, if it's own little texture with all those baby textures inside, it's just like making those things like in a three-part harmony, if you will, but with octaves. And to hear how those would change if you're using octave or a major fifth, or like those tones of a sample, because technically when you transpose the whole sample, it should fit in the same melodic structure. That's the trick of this one, is like you're feeling the time, because you also have time moving, so this is a interesting little technique where you can get different sound textures and melodies and speeds moving at the same time. So I really like that one because there's a ton of stuff in there. And what I heard from this one, so if we're gonna do 3 times, so I have 3 groups ready to be sampled through machine. So I'm gonna take the main group that it's in. It's all chopped up. I'm gonna take that I'm gonna duplicate that whole group and put it into the next group because I still want the integrity of that first sample. So this next one is I wanna alter this one a little bit and take it down a whole octave, and we're gonna hear how that sounds. To me, it's real interesting down there, just because how the stuff shapes and sounds and molds and stuff. Because it's going at a lower like sample rate. That's what's interesting with sampling, as opposed to MIDI sometimes. I mean like the audio texture and stuff like that. And then we'll take it again. We'll duplicate that original one to the third one, and this one we'll just take it up higher. So we'll take this next one up to 12. It's 12 semitones, which is the same steps in the keyboard, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are also octave of 8. So this music math and these tones is what helps shape the samples, especially when this is like works on a very interesting number system like 4 bars or 2 bars, or the tones of how drums sit, like how they sit like that. So I got this one all loaded here, and it's like super high. I'd be able to do something, but those are the raw tones, right? So as a producer, like I get really familiar with what I'm using, so I know what's kind of the tools that's inside there. There's like common audio things like saturation or filters or things that help give the sound some texture and tone. To do that, right now I'm gonna wait for a second until I get kind of a thing going. And the first thing I heard was this lower one that sounds really good to start with, layering. Let's see what tempo that is. So I found the tempo in there. I tap the tempo in there. What I really like about Machine is like it just work right off all the things. All your tools are sitting here to get started and moving. And I don't have to do too much like menu browsing and screen diving. It's like I can hop right up in here. So I tap the tempo in to find out when that's good. to sink into that tone instead of making it fit into a tone I want. So this is a technique too to find that. And then once we chop those pieces, then we're gonna start there. So we got this one. The pattern, just 4 bars real quick. So, boom, got that first layer, that thread in there. So I'm gonna go back and hear the other ones, how they sound. Yeah, that's good, it's good for that. So this is the higher version of it. This is the octave up. So when we took at the main sample of this, we got an octave down, which is pitch shift 12 down to this one. And then we got the last one that's pitch shift high up. So I like to start with the deep one first, and then find the other textures from there. So I was just trying to hear it, just trying to give it a feel. Like that's a little something that could go in there. I'm just playing with it to figure something out. So what's this one? So maybe I'll tighten up this wave now. So I'm just jumping in there deep to fix. Maybe I use it as like a key. So then now it'll stay up there. So I can do stuff like this. Or do some another piece. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna layer this one back out. Alright, so I'm using a little bit of this touchpad, so that requires some automation. So there's an auto button you hit right here, shift auto, and we're gonna record that tone into there. I think there's 4 bars, and then we're gonna get this next tone up there. Get out a mixer. I get into events. Events show my timeline right on the screen, and I'm gonna record this in, which was I think it was da 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 da, and then filter for the second one. Alright, so we printed that in there. Let's see how it turned out. Cool, went in there. So let's see how that's textured. So that's the one sample. And then we bring in the texture of the second one. So it fills out those lows, the mids, and the highs. This one, I'm trying to think out what to do with this one. Maybe we'll layer some. So I just put some funky off like kick jerks, moves around, you know. So just sometimes this new update with Machine is dope because I don't have to put the patterns. I'll just fly it and it'll punch in 4 for me right now. Watch. So it's cool. I didn't have to set my bar length. It just remembered my bar length. So it's cool. It's inside there. Take those layers off real quick. I'm gonna come back to this other layer, which was interesting, right? Because we gotta see how we can use it outside of just the crash, right? Let's see how we can do it. So got that little piece in there. Tighten up the edit a little bit so it doesn't cling too much. That's still pretty, that little sound. So I'm gonna put an effect on this sound only. I'll hit sound, I'll go over, I'll punch in a simple delay or a beat delay. Maybe a little more. Make it go faster for the 8. Alright, there we go. That's a good sound. So I'm gonna record that in, and that's pretty much gonna get to us to a foundation. The top layer, just doing that, it's got a little delay on it, so it stretches out the length of the piece we want to do. It's got that little texture of the drum roll in it too. Then bring in the next layer, the mid layer. It'll come back around. And then the last one, the bottom layer. There you go. There's the layers of the melodic, sampling. What up, though? Sacramento Knox checking in from the Autozocon. Big shout out to Spin Inc. For doing this beautiful work today. I just want to talk about where you can find me at. It's on social media, different ones, Facebook, Instagram. I'm also streaming on all the platforms and SoundCloud and YouTube, so you can check my music out there. Make releases about every quarter, so there's always something interesting there. Currently, I'm working on a few scoring projects. I just scored this piece that fits in a museum in London, so there's this thing happening with how the Industrial Revolution, how it changes landscapes and people's lifestyles. So I had to score this live piece that sits in a museum, so it sits with that. I recently did a project with the water with the Detroit Science Gallery. I sampled the Detroit River and I made drums and synths out of it, and then I performed a whole concert out of that live, like jazz style but with beats, and I used a couple more of the gear to play live with. Today I'll use Machine to get these ideas and go through, and currently working on all types of things musical that sits outside of trying to do a #1 hit single. You know, I feel like I was asked to speak about the ways in which music brings lots of other values, and it does. It can uplift your community, it can supplement your community. You can enter these educational programs and places where you're able to access this technology and world. And also leads to a lot of potential gig work, you know, like performance, licensing, where you can put your music. There's independent projects, so you can, you know, get up with your cousin and shoot a movie, or, you know, contract music and stuff like that too. So there's a lot of things happening. It's beautiful. Music is a big, beautiful culture and like economics that deals with music. So it's fruitful if you have a really good heart. You know, to do good things. You got a good mind. You know, music will always take care of you. So. All right, big huge thank you to Spin Inc. And don't forget to check out DMAC Shadi Valley Music Festival coming raw in 2020 and based in Detroit.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? This is DJ Cash Money. I want to thank everybody for having me come on through and being involved in this Detroit Electronic Music Conference. Big shout out to my man Jungle and Spin Inc. Yeah, so a lot of people know me for doing turntable business, all right? But a lot of people don't know that I also am heavy in production, okay? This one here is Prince. You guys all know Prince, the Kiss song, okay? But let me show you what I did with it, okay? You know that. Okay, now, this is what I did with it, okay? I changed it. Turned it into something completely different, y'all. Okay, now let's break down what I did to get these sounds, okay? So, I use the drum machine that I use is a Akai MPC Renaissance, which is over here, okay? All right? Basically, I sample from my turntable into this, and then I chop up the sounds and everything. So I took this sound here, right? Okay, I took that sound and I chopped it up. Sometimes I use the different regions to chop up my samples. So basically it's right, all these different chops, right? And then I go, after I get those guitar sounds in there and the sounds that I want, then we come back to the turntable, okay? Come back to the turntable. It all starts from the turntable. You know what I mean? So, I collect records, I dig for records, I look for records that have like drum breaks and drum sounds. To me, your sound of your drums is what makes your song pop, you know? So this particular record, you'll know this drum sound with this drum pattern. Hold up. Guess who sampled this? Nas. It ain't hard to tell. It ain't hard to tell. I excel. Ba-da. Ba-da, ba-ba, ba-da, ba-ba, ba-da. Yeah. So basically, I sampled those drums and sampled them all the way into that MPC. As you can see, I'm using the MPC software, right? So let's go to the drums. So I take a kick, snare, hi-hat from that sample. Now, it's just like, it's like cooking, man, you know? The drums are the season. They are the flavor, right? So you got to put it all together in this big pot. And now you're stirring it and you're cooking it. And it's all coming together. And next thing you know, you got something so tasty and flavorful, right? This is your product here. Now check it out. Funky, y'all. Huh. Yeah. So there you have it. That's a song on my album called Blouses. All right. So yeah. Don't forget to go to my website, www.therealdjcashmoney.com. Pick up this Street Cash Deluxe CD. It's also, well, the songs are available on all the download sites like iTunes, Bandcamp. You can get it. Just type up DJ Cash Money. Yeah, this is something never seen before, and I'm very excited about this project. And I know you guys are gonna love it. Trust me. Trust me. See y'all later, all right? Thanks for keeping it green, y'all. Peace.
No. Peace. That's my man from Philadelphia, DJ Cash Money. He was involved in the DMAC 3rd edition last year. We came out and gave a presentation with another brother, DJ Too Tough from the Tough Crew. That was a dynamic set that he had last year, and we've been talking ever since. So when he came and said, you know, I want to promote what I'm doing because I'm a producer also, not just a DJ. That's why I looked at him like, this is the perfect platform to show that DJs are not just stuck being DJs. They are producers. You know, he is a world acclaimed producer. He has produced on some albums that you probably heard of and didn't know it was him. And also DJ Cash Money is a legend in itself because one thing when I was growing up, back in the mid 80s, you know, we heard a lot of DJs. You know, first and foremost, you know, I like to give a special shout out to the Electrifying Mojo. Mojo came to my school in 1981-82 at Cleveland Middle School and gave a presentation. And I've always respect that brother because he was community minded. And what he had set forth in his book, Mental Machine, is like a precursor of what Spin Inc.'s motives are. To be able to create programs to help save our children and pass on knowledge. So I thank you, Electrifying Mojo. I'm one of those students that was 11 or 12 years old, that you talked to, and now I'm 50, and you still have impacted my life ever since. And the same way with DJ Cash Money. DJ Cash Money has been an innovator in the turntablism world, where even the way we position our turntables is credited to him. He is a Smithsonian Institute recognized DJ techniques. I've seen some pictures with him and his gold techniques that techniques have dedicated to him. Phenomenal brother. And we talk about the situation as far as how the industry is going and being able to give back, especially through education. So this is a part of that. He has another sequel that's going to be shown tomorrow. He may not be in the room. I'm waiting for him to get in now, if we're able to. But I'd like to continue to talk about his project. When I seen the Street Cash project and the package that he just showed you, totally innovative. You know, you have a screen inside of a CD case, and his production along with Street Orchestra is amazing. You know, I went to Philadelphia last year and I was able to see him perform along with Street Orchestra, and I'm telling you, the system that they had in there, which Mike Fotis gave a presentation on sound, was premier. When the bass came from that production, it seemed like my clothes were shaking because of the bass response from the production quality of his work. So if you really would like to see a legendary producer's project succeed, support it. He's on the social media platforms that he had mentioned. You can find him, DJ Cash Money, on his social platforms. And he performs every Friday night, unless otherwise notified, at 8 p.m. for the Grandma's House edition. So DJ Cash Money has really been an influence. I thank him for being a part. I thank him for this big brother to accept me as his little brother, because I'm learning from him. I admired him through the years. And Philly and Motown has a special connection because it seems like we're real down to earth, earthy people. And we have the ability to create with bare minimums. And we can make beautiful music from that. So in which, we're probably gonna go to some commercial break until the next portion. Please donate. You can go to the SpinIncDetroit.com website. You can find us on Facebook, Spin Inc. or the DMAC. I'd like to give a special shout out to Charivari Detroit. They have a magnificent dynamic weekend coming up with, I don't even know how many DJs. They got lists and lists and lists of DJs, not just only from Detroit, from around the world. So don't miss that. We'd like to give a big shout out to Loft DJ School in Chile. Peace. I know the weather is changing down there. Y'all going into your fall or possibly in your winter. So I hope everybody's safe down there. DJ Wasp, thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for helping us with our support. And without further ado, we go to the next segment. Thank you. This is DJ Jungle 313, Spinning.
Hello everybody. How are you? I think that we are here in DMAC and Charivari Festival from Detroit to all the world. We are in streaming from YouTube, Zoom, and Twitch and everything. So I want to talk to you about this brand, this mixer, Model 1. Model 1 was created a few years ago with the two biggest minds in the technology. So with Richie Houghton and Mr. Andy Rigby Jones. Andy Rigby Jones is the creator of the Sound Series 62, 92, DB4, an excellent mixer, and with more than 20 years behind the mixer, you know. And with Richie Houghton, you know him, he's very close to here. He lives in Windsor, and all the time he's playing here with the different shows. I want to talk about the mixer, you know, that I told you, and how I play, different way to connect, and how it's different with this amazing mixer. Because one of the best features is handmade in the UK. Is 100 analog, the mixer. Is full balanced studio quality. All the connector is balanced and have the if you have the turntables and you wanna play vinyls with this mixer, it's excellent because they have the three new preamps. It's very good. The preamps they had very high definition for the turntables and the sound is very good with that. The mixer have 6 channels that we know. I think that 6 channels and 2 sound effects, return 1 and return 2. The most important for that is it's different. Each channel we have the trim, we have drive. Drive is like if you have more power of the channel, you have this kind of drive. It's like a distortion too. It depends that how you work, you can put it on. So you have 2 filters, the high pass filter and low pass filter. And how it works with the highs, you know, low pass filter is like this, and the high pass filter is like that. With this kind of filter is very different than the other mixers, because it's not high, mid, and lows. Now it's different to mix. It's very, very, very friendly when you want to mix different tracks. If you are using different tracks, you know. And the other thing that it have sculpt, and sculpt is a parametric EQ, and you have the bandwidth like this. I want to show you here. This is the channel filters for the high, the low, and the sculpt EQ. If you're at -20 plus 8. We have 2 effects, 2 effects. With these 2 returns, you have the first return have the pre-fade, and all the effects have drive too. You can configure it with trim. They have the low cut for return 1 and 2. Sometimes you don't want to add more basses, and so it's very good to have the low cut. And you can cue with your headphones the 2 effects too. And the way to send is like the professional mixers or that you have in your studio, you know. You have 1, 2, and the one have pre-fade. So you can put the effects with the master filter too. You can work with that. Other feature that they have sometimes when you play the back-to-back, you can use A and B different. You can work with your partner with A and B, and this is very because they will hear these 2 channels, and he will use the AB to the other channels with the A and B, you know. The master filter is very good because when you are working with that, you can configure different channels and put it on just only in the 3 and not in the past, the filter. So you can select 2, 1, or whatever you want. In the master section, we have 2 masters, 1 and 2, and this we have the record out. It's very good because you don't have to connect behind that. You can in the front, and you have a mixer. Your mixer have a cue in the master channel. Just you have to plug it on this, and you can get the cue for the master and the boot too. Sometimes you know you have problem with the sound guys and the sound engineer is not be in the stage and I need more basses or more high. I can resolve with my boot EQ. So other feature that if you have this mixer and your partner have other mixer, sometimes you connect via one channel of the channel 1 or 6, but in this mixer you can connect the 2 mixers without this, just only a special cable with a link. You can link the other mixer from you and you will use the 6 channels and your partner will use other 6 channels. Yeah, this is very good for that. And when we talk about the connectivity for the mixer, this mixer have 2 input for the power supply. With this, if you can use 2 power supplies to be more security for your DJ set. Have 6 RCA inputs unbalanced. They have XLR master output, and all the plugs are TRS, all balanced, you know. And the most innovative for the audio cards and everything is this sub connector. This connector you have in this connector. I have only these 2, 1 and 2, and I have a balanced input. A balanced input from 1 and 6, and the 2 return. I have 12 balanced input, and I have other one to the outputs. Okay, I use with only the input with this. And the D-sub is, I think you have more dynamic for your tracks, and you can connect an amazing everything the audio card balanced to the. This is the only mixer that had balanced input. All the other mixers have only RCA, and this is the best sound quality. This sub connector is that you see here, and after to you is all balanced. It's very good for the sound quality and the dynamic. How I play with this beautiful mixer. In this moment, I am playing with the audio card, the RMI. In the beginning I started using the Farface, the UFX. It's bigger, and now I use the UCX. It's smaller but with 8 channels. When I use the Tractor AB, C and D, this is the way to work with me, with my mixer, with this mixer. And with this audio card, the RMI is the best way because it's smaller and very powerful. With Tractor, I use all the time my controller D2 because I have all the preference and everything that I want, like the plays or the playback, or with my browser, with my playlist and everything. I look in the little screens, and I don't need to look the laptop. My laptop at this moment is in the other side. I want to see the people to the crew, because this is the connection that you have to be like a DJ. The most important is the connection with the people, And if you will be behind the laptop, never see nothing. Just for this reason, I use this kind of controllers more than the others. I like the Tractor D2, and the software Tractor for me is one of the powerful every time the software, because I can connect all my tracks and I can play live. I usually use the TR8 of Roland, and I connect the Roland via USB, but with the MIDI connectors. It's very simple. It's just you need to go for the preference in the Tractor, and you need to choose, as you say, external sync, and that's it. It works, and you will send the MIDI clock to your drum machine, and your drum machines have all the time in sync with your Tractor, so you can connect everything that receive the MIDI clock. And with my 6 channel, I usually now I'm working with Digitone for Electron to make the synthesizer. With effects. And with that, it's working fine for me. So 4 channels with Tractor, one for the TRA and the other with my synthesizer Digitone. The effects that I have used is the digital delay from Boss DD7 and the other is the Reverb RB6. How I use it, because it's very analog, like that. I know what I want. For this reason, I like that. If I wanna just only do the reverb. You look. You can connect everything that you want because they have send and int. You want to connect the Pioneer, RMX or whatever. It's amazing. This mixer, you can make everything that you want. So I think the most important is how you can work with that. But it's simple. They have 6 channels, have everything new sometimes, but the best is the sound quality that I have with this mixer, with the Model 1. Okay guys, so I want to invite you to stay with us Friday, Saturday, Sunday with our workshops and with Charivari Festival, all online in Twitch, Zoom, Facebook, at Mixcloud Live and everywhere. So see you tomorrow and be careful. Bye bye.
Presentation, Model 1. And we also been sponsored also with American Music and Sound. And big shout out to Jamie, the Allen and Heath, and the Allen and Heath staff, Zone. We hope that this is excellent presentation of your product, excellent demonstration by DJ Wask. And also, I'd like to give out some special thanks to the stream team for an amazing day today and the continuation throughout the week. Thank you, Spin Inc. Thank you, DMAC 2020, Charivari Detroit, Loft DJs, Chile. Very good demonstration by DJ Wasp from Santiago, Chile, Loft DJ School. Now, this is the best ending for me tonight, is to have my big brother come back out. We just did a presentation with the legendary DJ Cash Money from a Street Cash project, along with Street Orchestra. He gave you the breakdown of Blouse off Prince sample, and we like to bring him in today, bring that legend, the legendary DJ Cash Money. He's on the screen?
Yeah, he's on the screen.
Bet. How you doing, brother?
What's up, man? What's good? What's good?
Hey, man, you already know, man, what's good, man. You know, we was doing chili fries and cheesesteaks last year. You know, and you remember last year you said, you know, it don't matter about the people when you performed last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're at a larger venue, even though we're not in a terrestrial or a brick and mortar venue, we are able to meet
right
and reach more people. So I wanted to bring you on to talk about your project. Tell us a little more about your Street Cash project, please.
Oh, well, Street Cash Project was basically created because I hadn't been doing production. I was actually doing more DJing than production, and I wanted to get back to doing something that had to do with records that I was collecting, and getting back into that boom bap state of mind. So me and Street Orchestra collaborated, and yeah, I'm loving the project, man. It actually has an actual message in some of the songs as well.
Yeah, I've seen that, and it was all instrumentals. So you
Yeah.
was giving people the ability to either rhyme over it, or if you're a turntablist, to work out with it, and see what you can come up with as
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, the initial thought was to try to get MCs on there, but I was
Okay.
having a lot of trouble getting in contact with the MCs that I wanted on there.
Okay.
And so Street Orchestra pretty much put the battery pack in my back and was like, look, stop chasing those guys and let them guys chase you. So I was like, you know what? Let's do that. So that's why we came out with the instrumental album.
Well, when I met you last year, came out to your show out in Philly. Who was there? Tough Crew, Cool Keith, Ultramagnetics, Sid G. Who else was there?
Right.
But that was a dynamic night that night.
Right.
And when I heard your production over the speaker system,
right,
I was like, man, that's incredible. And then when I got your CD and put it in the car and rode with it, oh my God, I rode with that for a couple of days. And my partner's like, who did this? I'm like, this is my man from Philly, DJ Cash Money. So, your music's still relevant because you're still relevant. Sometimes we get caught into a time portal or what I used to do. No, you are still doing things. And just like this venture here in this virtual realm, me and you had talked right before this pandemic hit.
Yeah.
And look where we at now.
Yeah, we were talking about it, but now we got thrown into it.
You got thrusted into it.
Yeah, man.
And over the last couple of days, we've been having different speakers and presenters come out, and this platform right here is a learning curve.
Right.
Tech, you have to learn the technical aspects to it, which I embrace, because the thing is, there was one point in time we was riding a horse and buggies, and now we're in self-driven. You don't even have to drive your car no more. So we had to embrace the technology and teach the technology to the children that are able to grasp it and being able to succeed from it. Just like with your innovation with your project. Now, let people actually see your project and see the inner workings of it, where they'd be like, wow, you got a screen and you can plug it up and you can, the whole nine. So I would like to give you this time for you to explain it a little bit more.
Yeah, well, the technology came about, man. My partner in crime, Big Hurt Collections, I was just asking him about having something with a video screen on it. And he did the research and came up with the idea of it. And I was like, wow, well, maybe we can package it with the CD. Has that ever been done before? He was like, no. So we both did some research and we finally came together, because actually the first batch, I had a smaller screen.
Okay.
It was cool, but this batch that I have out now is perfect. It's a 4.3 inch screen with a full control panel, rewind, fast forward, stop, play, pause. It also has the up and down for your volume.
Right.
And also, it comes with a USB cord, because you can connect it to your computer when the power runs down from the battery. So I've never seen anything like this ever.
Well, you are an innovator. No one saw how to actually position the turntables if it wasn't for you. And matter of fact, I'd like to get a little bit into that history so we can go ahead and set the record straight. about a lot of things that's in the turntables world as far as the origins of certain things. And you got to pay respect where respect is due. Like I said, here in Detroit, we had a love for the DJs that was coming out of Philly. No disrespect to any of the regions that had good and very talented DJs. But Philly just had a different type of touch with it. You understand? DJ Tap Money, yourself, DJ Miz, and the late DJ Lightning Rich.
Lightning Rich, yeah.
And I got a CD of his, and ooh, you know what I'm saying? It's that's like a benchmark for where DJ should aspire to even down, and that's almost 30 some years ago.
Right. Yep.
So tell us a little bit about your history in turntablism.
Well, back when I first started, everybody was spinning with their turntables to one side. That was the actual Philly style of DJing. It wasn't until I came on the scene and put the turntables, the tone arm at the top with the little mixer in the middle and coming with that whole funky style. So I became the kind of like the prototype of what this new style was, doing, what had become in Philadelphia. And yeah, I'm glad that a lot of the DJs kind of gravitated to my style because, all of us started doing our things, from either getting into DJ competitions and having records that we were cutting on and stuff like that. So it kind of really got our name out because at that time, New York was doing a lot of shows in Philly, but the promoters thought it was very important to put a Philly act on the bill. So what happened was the artists from New York saw us DJs getting busy. So they went up to New York and was like, yo, them dudes down in Philly are crazy with it on the turntables. So that's how we started getting introduced to New York, like before any records.
And see how we got our music imported. It was like in high school, we couldn't wait to go to lunch because somebody got a mixtape. And we had that mixtape culture, you know what I'm saying? People would go to New York, bring tapes back, and we would hear it and be like, wow, it blew our mind. Like Stretch Armstrong back in like 86, 87, DJ Red Alert, and got to go back, when the mixtapes were out with the Cold Crush Brothers.
Right.
You understand? So that's how we got our stuff. We, kind of landlocked. We not East Coast, we not West Coast, we Midwest. But we can rock with both sides of the spectrum. But when, the Philly sound started coming out as far as the styles and the techniques and the routines of DJing, it just took it to a totally different level. And still, even now, I haven't really seen, I've been to a lot of NAMP conferences and I've seen some pretty good turntables down there. But to the level and the degree, like the DMCs back in the day, cats taking their shoes off, they spinning, taking their clothes off at the same time. Matter of fact, I was at a Wu-Tang concert at Movement in 2019. And I think it was Mathematics who was DJing that night, or one of his members from there. He was cut so hard, beat juggling, he took his clothes off while he was beat juggling. The control and the mastery of his craft, he had it down pat. And the dedication that went into DJing back in the day, because you didn't have a lot of these bells and whistles, software. You had to be delicate with your touch. You had to take care of your records. Your playlist had to be correct. You understand? You had to know how to read the crowd. The whole nine, the whole aspect, engaging, being able to talk, being able to read, oh, they ain't feeling that. Let me go and throw this in and let me do this a little bit differently than somebody else would have played it. So, I've always admired you as far as being a trendsetter, innovator, and constantly reinventing yourself. I'm not just a DJ. I'm much more. Even coming from watching your program on Fridays, it's more than just a DJ show. You stop, you talk with your audience. You show them different things. Like the Ultraman. When you showed that Ultraman on your show, that took me all the way back in 1974, 75, running in the house, watching Hayata turn into Ultraman and going outside practicing these moves. And even in that, I'm not only a DJ, and it seems like the things I took from my youth I brought them into my adulthood, and I'm still enjoying my youth.
Yeah.
I study martial arts. I've been studying martial arts since I was 11. I've taught since 2005. I'm not going to tell you what degree I am, but
Mm-hmm.
I got that sauce for you. But I do
Right.
teach the children of self-defense, and then utilizing the art of DJing and turntablism based upon the principles that we were taught back in the day. The DJ was the foundation of this thing called hip hop.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
understand?
Yep.
Truly the foundation. The MC wasn't nothing without his DJ.
The
You
DJ
understand?
was the drummer. Nothing
Exactly.
moves without the beat.
And you can't get no funk without the drum.
Yep.
So
there it is.
Understanding that, and now that I see that DJing is pushing the DJ back to the forefront, what do you see in the near future how the DJ is going to be affected as far as getting gigs, going out the country, even going back into the club setting? And now that we actually see the value of the DJ, because through this pandemic, if DJs weren't streaming, people would be screaming in the streets. We kept the people with positive energy to be able to make it through these tough times.
Right.
To be able to make some people take their mind off of, this is really a bad situation. The DJ saving lives. So
absolutely,
it's also true. A DJ saved my life. So through these programs and these interactions and these educational settings and workshops and master classes, DJs hold a lot of responsibility, especially when you're playing music.
Yeah, I mean, that's who's been getting us through all of this as far as entertaining. I mean, besides, they have these versus things which are very entertaining, but the DJ, it's himself, it didn't. Yeah, nobody was moving the crowd like the DJ. I mean, from the success D Nice has had with his million followers, which was he's kind of like a unicorn, like that'll never happen again.
Right.
But that when he did that, that's when everybody started focusing really on the DJ. So I mean, it was a great thing that he did. It really opened the doors for all of us now.
Well, I like to give a big shout out to Mixcloud, because
absolutely,
Mixcloud they was forward thinking as far as being able to see the market, see the void in the market, and be able to fulfill it. Mixcloud has a platform where they have a fair share program where the content providers can make money, the artists can make money, the DJs can make money, and all other licensing is taken care of through Mixcloud's platform, where we will not be able to get cut off. So that is a great opportunity for DJs rethinking how they're going to go ahead and be able to deliver their content to their audience.
I mean, well, as you know, I mean, that's my next level for me is with Mixcloud. I'm bringing my grandmom's house party over there. That. Go ahead.
That right there, bringing your show from a platform, and you have about how many people that follow you usually on the weekend?
It's pretty much around, lowest number has been like around 2,700.
Okay.
That's lowest number. Highest number, I want to say 14,000.
14,000.
Yeah, that's after when I shut down and it shows you who was watching you.
Right.
Yeah.
Now
that's not the sharing.
See, but with the sharing, that means you have a repeat customer base that goes on exponentially. And once Mixcloud get their beta phase completed and they finding out the bugs and they can tweak and they're able to actually store the content where a person be able to go back to get the content that was already been played and also look for updated content is to come. It's a very, very, very mind-blowing platform of the possibilities of the DJ and the producers and the art creators and the content creators.
Mm-hmm.
This is a perfect platform. And there's going to be other platforms, but Mixcloud really took and seized the time in this mission. So Mixcloud, we really appreciate you allowing us to be a part of this.
Yep.
Big shout out to Charivari. Charivari Detroit will be on Mixcloud all weekend. Non-stop DJs, no cutoffs. That's amazing. And we're very grateful to have this type of platform to continue on, even though certain circumstances of quarantine and not able to be connected anymore. This is showing that we still can be connected in a way and be able to make money for ourselves, because, hey, a lot of DJs, which is another concern, a lot of DJs don't have health care.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of DJs don't have life insurance. Most DJs, we lost some DJs here. Matter of fact, for the audience out here, I like to take this time out to take a moment of silence for all the fallen DJs that have fallen, especially here in Detroit. And there's one particular brother, the brother I even talked to before I even started spinning. That is the late, great Mike Huckabee. Mr. Huckabee gave me the encouragement to continue on his legacy with education, because he was at Youthville and he has changed many lives that are still benefiting from the education. He is an international teacher, educator that been at many schools around the world, giving what Detroit love to give, knowledge, sharing that information, sharing that creativity. So let's take a moment of silence for those DJs. Thank you. And that's not just only to the DJs, that anyone who lost someone because of COVID, non-COVID, just ones that's passing, going to become an ancestor. We want to respect you, and we want to honor you, and we want to acknowledge you. So I think we got a couple more minutes. We can talk about some more things. Tell us more about your project. Matter of fact, I still wanted to learn, or our audience to hear from you about your relationship with Techniques. The other projects that you had with, matter of fact, you had a project with Puma, that you had your own Puma made for you. I seen a Kai MPC, I think it was Renaissance that you had.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Money green.
Yeah,
custom made.
Gold.
That's amazing.
Yellow, the gold for the honey and green for the money.
Spoke like a poet. That's what I'm talking about.
And you know it.
My brother. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah, man. As far as the Techniques goes, man, I've been using Techniques turntables since I started. From when I started, I had B101s, the belt-driven turntables.
Yeah.
I
had them.
Yeah. And then, I started doing parties and more parties, and then I had a chance to buy my first 1200. And then I think my MC at the time, he bought the other one for me. So I was cutting grass, man, and doing what I could do, man.
Whatever you had to do. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Again, I had to get it because I saw them on the Malcolm McLaren album. And, at that time I was using B101s, and I was like, what the hell are they? They look like some futuristic turntables.
Right.
Man, I found out what they were, and I finally got them in my house, man, and never looked back, man. And it's crazy because when I won the DMC, the 1988 World Championship, I was given a lot of, because the championship was sponsored by Techniques at that time. So they gave me a lot of the Techniques gears, like cassette decks, and they had this cool CD player that had like a remote control. It was like, it cost a lot of money, but it was one of the prizes that I won. Which was incredible. I still have it too. It's in storage.
Okay.
Yeah. Then Techniques, they made me some gold turntables. I was like the first Hall of Fame, Techniques Hall of Fame DJ, well, inductee to the Hall of Fame thing that they had. They gave me some gold 1200s. I mean, they're all gold with my name engraved in the turntable. And I have a gold Techniques mixer, which my name is engraved in that as well. So my relationship with Techniques has always been pretty incredible. And to be honest with you, I was almost the very first DJ at that time to get a full-fledged endorsement with them. But something happened and it didn't go through 100%. But they ended up doing a actual Techniques ad with my face on there, which was pretty cool. So,
well, it's well deserved, you know, and they recognize it. And the thing is, and it's a strange correlation between your birthday, 55, and they celebrating their 55th anniversary this year. So, two legendary figures is born during the same time to meet each other, to help progress each other. So there was a mutual synergy between y'all Techniques and you. It was destined to be, because there have been a lot of life-changing things that have happened to people because of turntables. Matter of fact, I met DJ Liv from Chicago. I met her family out in at NAMM. And I met her father, and he told me the story how their talent got them off the street from being homeless. Floyd Mayweather picked them up, and that girl is touring all over the world. If you look up DJ Liv, L-I-V, big shout out from DJ Jungle 313, DJ Liv and your family. That sister is phenomenal. Right. But it shows that children can pick up on these skills, and these skills can actually change your life, where you can go into another skill set, or you can use the DJing or the production to be your stream of income, to be able to change your life, your family's life, your situation, and that. You know, so that's why these type of platforms are important. And for the ones that call themselves founders, innovators, movers and shakers, you cannot be that without giving back. Because that's what your life is for. Your accomplishment, your achievements is not only for you, it's supposed to be passed off to the next generation so they can have the same level of success or even more. Because our youth is supposed to stand on our shoulders, not the other way around. So in that, brother, you know, I don't want to take up too much of your time. We got another sequel coming from you tomorrow on another piece of your project. Give everybody your information, how to get in contact with you, how to get your product. Big shout out to Street Orchestra. You here in spirit, brother. Love the project. So, Cash, give them what they need, man.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to give my shout out to Street Orchestra and Big Hurt Collections for putting help me put this project together. Yeah, you can get my project at on my online store on my website. It's www.therealdjcashmoney.com. I can be seen on go to my YouTube channel, DJ Cash Money 1200. That's 1200, and check out my grandmom's house videos, because what I've been doing, I've been taking the old shows and doing some edits and stuff like that. So they're really incredible. And make sure you check me out on Mixcloud, coming any week now. All right, under The Real DJ Cash Money.
And they're doing a big opening for that, aren't they?
Yeah, yep.
So stay tuned for that. It's gonna be stupid. It's gonna be
because they have the beta out right now, but they're about to launch the full-fledged version. So they're getting behind everything that I'm doing. So I'm extremely excited, man, to be honest with you. You know, no more, like you said, no more shutting down because you play a record and stuff like that. You know, they're paying the artist and they're doing the right things. Plus, Mixcloud has always been for the DJs anyway. Always. So I'm very excited.
Well, you have to have somebody that's familiar with the culture, respects the culture, appreciates the culture to advance the culture. See, this is not, it's almost like martial arts with me. because it takes the same level of discipline, same level of practice, dedication, perseverance in both crafts. So if someone appreciate the time you put in, because I asked you on several occasions, I'm like, man, I know you practice a lot. Man, practice. Yeah, you have to practice to become good at anything that you do. So
Yep.
we give children a certain structure to be able to practice something that they can fall in love with. That can translate and transcend into other aspects in their life, where they're going to be focused, structured, dedicated, persistent, persevere. So,
Mhm.
you know,
And don't be afraid to make a mistake, because
yes,
sometimes your mistakes can turn out to be something that you weren't even thinking about. Right? Like you take
exactly.
a lot of my scratches that I've done that became so famous. A lot of them started as a mistake. It wasn't like I said, I'm going to make this up. It's something happened. I was like, man, that sounds incredible.
Right.
And
Well,
I built from it, you know?
and even with, from my readings and my understanding about how Grandmaster Theodore even found the sound of the scratch. I think it was in a documentary where he was in his bedroom and his mother said, turn the music down or something. And he grabbed the record and he heard that sound come through the speaker. He was like, oh, wait a minute. I like that. What's that?
Right.
From my recollection. But if you can find something upon a mistake, and mistakes are given to be lessons,
Yep.
not failures. Failures are
Yep.
stepping stones towards your success. So
Yep.
even like with this platform, we done made mistakes, we learning, things happen, but yet and still that gives a template for us to learn from those mistakes and do an even better presentation the next time.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, also everyone can go if you want to download it. You want to download the Street Cash album, you can go to Bandcamp for DJ Cash Money, or iTunes, or any of the other downloadable sites. But to get the actual CD with the video screen, you have to get that at my website.
And before we go, are you playing this weekend? Are you playing tomorrow? You playing at Grandma's house tomorrow?
Yeah, my grandmom's house. Yeah, I'll be on Facebook tomorrow.
Yeah, let everybody know what time you're gonna be on.
Yeah, 7:00. It's grandmom's house party. The reason why I call it grandmom's house because it's where I learned how to be DJ Cash Money. My grandmother allowed me to play music, and she always pushed me to go after my dreams. You know, one thing she always told me never to be, and that's a woulda, shoulda, coulda person.
Right.
You know, go out there, try your best. You know, if you fail at it, at least you can sit there and say you tried. But I became DJ Cash Money that's how I became DJ Cash Money, because of her pushing me.
And that grandparents that we had coming up during that time period, like even in my donation story, I stayed with my grandparents. I learned and loved a lot of music through her and my grandfather. You know,
Right.
Those are precious moments, but you have to understand the struggle that they went through. My grandmother was born in 1912 and my grandfather was born in 1915. And I was raised by them in the early 70s. So a lot of the ways of thinking came back from the early 1900s. So a lot of things I used to talk to them about, they was like, man, what are you talking about? It went over their head. But yet and still, my grandmother instilled in me the ability to read. I started reading at 3.
Right.
She always encouraged me to be successful in anything that I do. As well as my grandfather. My grandfather had a 3rd grade education. But that was the same man that knew how to build a porch without a blueprint. And that's why I was on the news a couple of weeks ago about building the gyms in response to raise funds for the school. These things were taught by my grandparents. So they knew they had to prepare me for the future. I'm 50 years old now. I got my own grandchildren. So it's up to us to be able to teach them so they have something to teach theirs. So on that note, man, I really appreciate talking to you. Thank you for coming out, man. A legend. I salute you. Thank you very much, big brother. You know, tomorrow we're gonna have DJ Cash Money second part of his project, Street Cash, along with Street Orchestra. We're gonna go off into this commercial break, and we're gonna have some things leading up to the end of our programming. Please come back tomorrow. We have a reloop demonstration with DJ Angelo and a new spin turntable portable unit. We have some more dynamic workshops and classes. And we're going to go off into the Charivari weekend. I'd like to give thanks before we leave. Thanks to the Creator for allowing me to have the ability in my heart to do this. First and foremost, the Creators, you have to thank the Creator. I thank my parents for buying me my first pair of turntables when I was young to help keep me off the streets, that I'd be able to make it to this age. Because in my era, we weren't supposed to make it past 22. I'm thankful for everybody that helped with this spinning project from its inception until now. And looking back 5 years ago to now, we have made great leaps and bounds to be able to have all the presenters, all the facilitators, all the sponsors to be involved with this project that started here and here. So I thank you. I thank you for the past board members, present board members, and future affiliates and sponsors that will work with us to help save our children, especially here in Detroit. We have murders that's too normal, and we have become desensitized to it. We have to become sensitive of what happened in our communities across the country, across the globe. So hopefully that this program and many others programs like ours will be able to help get us through and bring about new change. Thank you.